Though how many difficulties of nature are there in this period of time, we can feel Dhamma is highlighting without illumination and luminous. When most of the people are seeking pleasure by collecting household goods, sons and daughters, we have thrown away all those and started seeking the truth of the nature, meaning of life. We have tried with the great unshaken courage for so many years. In Uraga Sutra, father and son went to the Chena. Son died due to a snake bite. Now nothing can be done. Sent a message to home through a man going on the road. Come with everybody at home with one packet of rice. Home people came. Dead body burnt and finished. In this story, a small message is given. Thereafter, Shakradevendra asked, "Why are you not crying?" He came to us. Sorry. He came to us without giving prior notice. He left us without giving prior notice. Therefore, why should I cry? To create this kind of a mind, how much you should have strength. You do not take this as just a story. This is the reality, absolute truth. There are sages who realized this truth exists in this world now itself. Showing here is the nature of those sages. There is a very deep fact here. Most of the time, we think of our own things, our children, our homes, etc. Why are we not thinking all the human beings are same? Everybody is living in their minds. Outsiders are in the mind. Own family members are also in the mind. Here, two extremes, outside and inside. How come there are two extremes? Bahijja outside, Ajat inside. Creation of illusionary mind is happening here. To redeem from this, you have to understand both the extremes. Outside means only your mind. When there is an enemy comes to hit you, if he is not there, you will feel. You have born in the space alone. What will happen if you were born alone in the space? How come you got a mind? To whom can we say that to occur a mind, there should be something outside. Mind creates in connection with the outside. Mind means a shadow of the outside. Therefore, you have no enemies or friends. You have a mind only. If you realize this, shapes dropping the conventions. If you redeem from everything, sabbe dhamma nalang abhinivesa, there are no causes for you to crawl into anything. Nature will be your heritage. We are trying to create this holy awareness. Practicing Satara Satipatthana should be done with the knowledge of true Buddhist philosophy. Without knowing anything, practicing Satara Satipatthana is of no use. We have not yet discussed about the way of doing meditation. Actually, we have a meditation. Lord Buddha clearly explained in Sabbasrava Sutra, Dassana Pahatabba, Adivasana Pahatabba, Sangvara Pahatabba, Vinodana Pahatabba, and finally Bhavana Pahatabba. Somebody may say, no need of meditation. Yes, when you realize philosophy will occur, but the scenery you see, way of the signal, how the past memory came, these are the places you must see through wisdom. Also the redemption. This seeker has a meditation to practice in his four poses. Lord Buddha imposed Vipassana meditation and Vidarshana meditation. First time in the world, it is invented and introduced by Lord Buddha. This is not what to do in the Paryanka, sitting meditation pose. This is a path of seeing and redeeming from each and every objectives. This is bit different. There is a big difference in meditations talking about in Veda and Buddhist meditations. This is Animitta Samadhi, not that the one-pointedness Samadhi in Vedaya. They talk about Kundalini Yoga. They are talking about the power creation in the universe. They talk about lot of things such as Sachitananda. There are a lot of talks in Veda. In that they talk about Vijnana also. They talk about Buddha also. Anitya, Dukkha, Anatma. They talk about Lord Buddha as the 10th avatar of the creator of the universe, Maha Brahma. Maha Brahma. They talk about Lord Buddha as the 10th avatar of the creator of the universe, Mahabrahma. They are lowering Lord Buddha and trapped in a weave created by them. These facts must be seen through wisdom. Lord Buddha is not an avatar of Mahabrahma. If you go through the nature of these presentations, you will find something. Here we are talking about the redemption of the theory of nature in the cause and effect law. Effects are occurring due to causes, means connected only with the nature. Certainly, if there is no light, you cannot see anything. Like that, if there is no atmosphere, you cannot hear any sound. In this fact, feeling is the share you are created in your mind, but natures of the light, sound and rays outside. We are creating a conventional world and live in it. Live in that. This is our problem. The things outside are not our problem. Creations making in the mind is our problem. Misleading to the illusion, and we are burning in a big fire inside, attaching and detaching, inheriting sorrow. Somebody may ask, are there not anything outside? If say yes, that is Shasvata Drushti. If say no, Utteja Drushti. The correct answer is creation happened due to causes are losing when the causes vanished. Imasmin sati idang hoti. Imasmin asati idang nahoti. Imassa uppadaya idang uppajjati. Imassa nirodhaya idang nirujjati. When this is here, this is also here. Imasmin asati idang nahoti. When this is not here, this is not here. Imassa uppajjaya idang uppajjati. When this is born, this is here. Imassa nirodhaya idang nirujjati. When this is not here, this is not here. This is the basic theory of law of cause and effect. The effect arose due to causes are losing when the causes are fading. The instant mind also like this. If we taken this created body as me, if taken the image as me, if taken myself is in this body, if taken as the image is inside me, you will be trapping in the image extreme. Rupang assato samanuspasati. Rupang attava samanuppasati. Rupasmin va attanang samanuppasati. Rupasmin attani va Samanupassati. Here say the same thing. For today, I am trying to conclude this Dhamma session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
May Triple bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion today, 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time. Devan Sanayaram. We worship you with so much gratitude for your noble guidance. We were talking about few things yesterday as well. Today also, I think because of the programs, the participants are less. But we can continue it as a discussion soon, guys. Yeah. It's good if some others who is joining in the YouTube can join us in the Zoom so that we can have a good discussion. We can start anywhere. Surangika, any suggestions? Maybe Surangika is busy yet. So we'll continue. I'll talk some time until there's a topic for discussion as such. So it is very important to understand this Dhamma, the truth. I think the perceptions, whatever, how much we talk about the perceptions, it never ends. It's very important to understand the what is the perception, because we always kind of really can understand that chair is actually not there. Even that, even though it appears as very easy to understand, you can't feel it that much in the beginning. It takes time, to actually swallow this, feel like swallow the pill in the sense, understand this. So if we see a tree out there, do you understand that it's a perception in the mind? So we actually speaking, there's no much, we haven't actually encountered anything outside. We have always encountered something in the mind, even the colors. So when we take pink flower, pink rose, the pink, as soon as I say that, pink rose will come to you, or red rose in that sense, it's very common. So the red rose will come to your mind. How does that happen? That's because it's a perception. But when you are actually touching a red rose, you get lost because you think that you are actually touching the red rose. That's the problem. That's the reality of this world, that we get so confused. Why it is so difficult to understand that, no, I'm touching the red rose, can't you see? Yeah, you might say that. But actually, are you touching a red rose? It's a really important thing that you have to understand, that the perceptions are actually not out there. It's a originated. It's a mind output. It's a mind sensor. But then you might ask, then what did I touch? I didn't touch anything. It's a touch sensor. Its only function is the touch sensor. Touch sensor worked. Touch sensor happened. Touch sensor happening, we interpreted as a red, actually a rose. Red part came with the visual side of it. But when we tell the story, we say, I touched a red rose, it's so, petal is so smooth. So the whole story, is it actually there? No. Have you ever encountered any of these things in your real life? Even smooth. When you say smooth, it's a perception. When you say it is rough, it is a perception. But without the mind, the feel, it's a vibratory nature of the sensory organ. That's formless. Because the formless doesn't have a form. That's the formless mean. Yeah, so it's very important to understand these basics. Even you, with whatever you talk about, if you don't get the basics correct, you will get trapped in either the form world or either the non-form world. And you may say, yeah, I feel so good. Or you might say, even I felt so bad. So this whole thing is very, it's not too complicated. It's just the way you look at it. That's why we need some kind of noble guidance, so that everyone is pushed towards that anger or self-anger, because there was never a self. But then what do you feel? That question comes to because there is a duality. We feel like we are in a dream, actually acting in it. And the dream is like there's a duality in that, so that you're the center, and the dream is occurring outside. That's how the outside and the center duality has come. Actually, there's no duality in the field side. It's just the vibratory nature, the consciousness, or the existence field. So this is very important to get the basics right, so that you don't get trapped in any level. But even if you feel this in the beginning, even if you have seen this truth, becoming this truth is a different story. It also, the problem is still the ignorance. If the no self perception has surfaced, then the problem is half solved, kind of. But there's some more in the path, because you have to become the non-self vibration. The vibration should cease to actually be there. We are talking not about the actual eye function or the ear function or the touch function or the thinking function. We're talking about the self vibration. That's the important thing, how to identify the self vibration in the context of these sensory faculties. isn't it?
Everyone's online, Dr. Kokina. So it's the vibration in the zygote level that then has that potential to expand, isn't it?
Yeah,
what
that's
is
what
zygote?
Aran said.
Yeah.
Zygote is the...
Yuktano or?
Yeah.
Okay. And so inherently that vibration has an underlying power even in that. And then because it has the power, it then has the potential to expand when the necessary causes occur. And the causes are due to that same vibration expanding, and then the sense faculties getting created due to that vibration. The second cycle, what are the mind consciousness works and then spirals into this Abhisankarana, magnification, and so on and so forth. So then that whole cycle starts manifesting, isn't it? Based on that underlying power of that initial vibration.
Yeah, that's all theory that we think, but but actual importance is the feeling this in one vibration also, in one thing, one thought also you can feel this, but in the long run, it's actually subsiding this power, yes. The cessation of this power or the suffering.
When we say we can't really say we are going back to the baby with the radiant mind.
No.
That's
Because the
not
mind is
correct.
already there. Because it's actually with the wisdom you kind of pierce the whole system.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a metaphor, but it actually can be felt. Because when the power of the thought is not there, the sensual part and the form part of it, when the perception is not felt as a thing, directly it falls into the non-form anyway. But these are all becomes theory when we try to talk about it. Main thing is try and with the program, try and feel this, But even that trying, initially it works, but actually becoming it works with the cessation of your defilements. So the main marker is but the defilements, because the actual strength of your thoughts differ to mine. Strength of someone else's thoughts differ, like it's different from person to person. So it can be one to one, it can be the job, it can be the independence, it can be the self itself, or it can be the parents, it can be the kids, it can be the status, the beauty, or the body, whatever. So it's very different from person to person. What are the existing defilements? If someone actually feels this, the new defilements can't form, but the existing defilements are the actual thickness of this kind of iCloud. So the kind of this form world. but this thickness fades, and the life feel also fades with that. So we can't actually. So that's the thing. If our Anansi is asking, do you know how much defilements you have? It's a very in the sense, it's a question that wakes you up, because it's a very direct forward question, isn't it? Like direct question. Aranwansi is asking, okay, what else is there now? What's the problem with you? Something like that. And you're like, yeah, I don't know I don't know. Is there a problem? Is there not a problem? You get confused. That's how it is. If you're really not sure, at least if you know that, yes, I haven't attained that status, how do you know? Because you have felt it before. But even that Aranhanse says very beautifully that it's again the ignorance, that you feel that there's some more thing to happen. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. The thinking pattern, or the how it works, if you're thinking that there's something more to happen, yes, there is something more to happen. Because that thought is real now. That's the problem. It's so subtle, it gets more and more subtle. Because you think there's something, yes, there is something. Because you think that is true. So this is how we should actually understand properly that what are the things that we really feel that's true. If you think something and you feel it really true, there you are there. If the stimuli is felt as real, that's the basic thing, no, that alive feel. So because there was never a self, but you have the alive feel. How does the alive feel come? Is because that whatever the perception is felt as real. So there are different aspects that Ranwansi is bringing up. I heard just when I was I tuned into the Sutra Deshana last bit. Ranwansi was talking to Mehanin Hanse. I think it's Rajangani Mehanin Hanse, and he was explaining it beautifully. Oh, what do you think you have to attain more? And she wasn't sure, So because that's the thing. It's the way you think. So the way you think, or the which thought is real now. So if someone thinks that, yes, I have achieved something also, that is a thought that is real now. This is the tricky part. Do you get it wrong? Someone is really believing, yes, I have achieved something, yes, that is also the same thing. And if someone is thinking, no, I haven't achieved anything yet, that is also same. So the thinking has nothing to do with this. What matters is what you feel, isn't it?
Yeah, either way, if whatever that is thought is considered to be real, doesn't matter what it is.
What it is, yeah. That's the tricky part, because we are used to think the good things. Then it's really good to achieve something. So that's the way that humans are formulated, kind of achieving. That is the pattern. And when you have to die, then you die so sadly, thinking that I should die, I shouldn't be dying. I have to die. Or someone might say, oh no, I'm going somewhere, so I'm okay to die. Okay, I'll die happily because I'm going this way. So I'm going this way. The thought is very real. So that's the thing. It's really tricky when that's what Lord Buddha said. The most difficult part is the 10th one, isn't it? He said so many things, and the 10th one is, I think, wrong vision, wrong view. I don't know if this is the 10th one, but whatever. He had a list of things that are affecting this, and the 10th one was, I think 10th one, that it is the wrong view which affects the thing.
This this active contemplation and this what do you call it? No, not that one. Bojjhanga, I think. Virya Bojjhanga, the determination, effort thing. I'm just wondering whether up to the point where even that second point of contemplation, Dr. Pokila, would the active contemplation is required, meaning the determination. I was trying to connect that to what is that other thing? Pihita, where I'm no karamin, Pihita no sitimin. The Buddha's advice or the Buddha's experience about how he, when realizing the Dhamma, didn't make too much effort, neither did he not make any effort. So
That's the experience part.
yes, I'm just wondering whether even in the second point of contemplation, there still needs to be effort in the form of contemplation. Would that be right? Because the Sattva, the philosophy has to be,
No, philosophy
can we say
must
that it
be
has to be
contemplated.
contemplated? Yeah.
No, the contemplation should happen before. So that's why Aranwanse is holding the discussion before that. So the contemplation is before, and then you just give the topic to fixate. Outside is only it's a perception. It's kind of a perception that we get. Outside is just a perception in the mind.
And then the field actually, if correctly reflected, Yoniso Mansikara should then emerge that the thought then is not real.
It's I don't know whether I think the experience is different. So the experience is you just
And thought doesn't become important or real, isn't it?
yeah. Not no contemplation there. It just happens. So the second one is when the perception is just a vibration, or the perception is not real. That's the difficult part, I think. That you can keep contemplating, but as much as you contemplate, that is trapping in the same level. Because if there is a contemplation, there is trapping in that level.
And the thing is, by contemplation also, too much contemplation, the tendency to go to concentration, samatha, samadhi, concentration, meditation is also there. Because I remember he said
no, the
to somebody,
concentration meditation part comes because of this. Okay, now concentration meditation, just think, someone is focusing on the touch. Just imagine someone is focusing on the touch. This can go either way. It can go to the concentration side. It can go to the Satyajnana side, because there is so much truth in the system. It might go in that way, or it might go to the concentration side. Concentration side is much more easier because that even this whole samsara, that experience is there all the time. Because this experience is the very unusual experience, no? Because the no self perception is unusual. That's the most unusual the experience. So it can either go that side or this side. You just have to understand. It's difficult to understand unless you have felt the other one. That's the problem.
Yeah, because recently he said to a mother who said that, I really diligently did those 2 points of contemplation, and then I didn't feel anything, and this, that, and the other. And then he said, Aranwansa said, you've gone to the samatha side, to the
Yeah,
concentration
exactly that
side.
is the problem. Because in this experience, the actual, if it is hearing, hearing, the vibratory nature of that hearing is there. It's not vanished. Hearing is there. It's just that it is not felt as like happening here. It's like this side is vanished and the hearing is there. It's very difficult to say, but it's a different experience. Like you become in the flower, so this side is not there, the flower is there, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we have different ways to tell this. Aranwanse recently said something very beautiful, different way to express that. So he's trying to express this in different ways, so that everyone gets the urge to actually experience it. The problem with the concentration meditation is you just concentrate on that, the touch sensation, and then you go into that easily. It's a very normal thing now that it can happen. But the self view is there. You come out of it as the same self view is there. It's not broken because you haven't actually kind of, like it's like a, I mean, you can't really say that, but like it's like even beyond death kind of experience, because the liberation from mind as well as liberation from the power. So it's a very specific experience. That's just the tricky part. It's that we everyone can face.
But a way to kind of
take it easy is the problem solver. I think that's
no, I mean,
that's the පිහිටානොසිට වෑයම්ද නොකර මොකක්ද
yeah, පිහිටානොසිටමින් වෑයම් නොකරමින්.
Yeah, that's the thing. So you're not actually trying to gain anything, because if you're trying to do something, concentration meditation happens. Do you get the point? When you try to do something,
yeah,
it directly goes to that side. It's very easy to do that because it's a life. Even if you don't have never done the concentration meditation, it's very easy to go to that side.
But I was thinking there, Dr. Pogler, was that part of it comes almost towards the very end. Like maybe we should ask our might get a talker, but I was wondering whether that part is like, how Kemakatero or Rudatero, one of them said, I think that the samadhi, super awakening is there, but it's not permanent. It's not a permanent state. When the other
that's different.
The other theros were proclaiming that now surely defilements have faded.
No,
surely
that's
you are an
different.
arahat. And
that's different.
Then he kept saying, no, the dye in the whatever water is still there or something, or the smell or the fragrance is still there. And then some other Thero said, it's not permanent, it's not titiya. So at that point is that once the defilements are over, still the arahathood has not been realized, because there is still that self-perception, the last semblance of it still needs to fade away. And it is at that, because it's so fine at that stage. Could it be at that stage where the Pihitanositimin Vayamnokaraming applies? And
no,
not
it
at
applies
the
everywhere.
not at the beginning.
It applies everywhere.
Okay.
Because this is even for a fraction of a second to feel this Buddha status, it's the same scenario. But still, even to become that is the same scenario. It's just the ignorance everywhere. Then now, if you talk about the Kemakatero, he doesn't feel the worldly part of it. and he doesn't feel that he's
Perceptions are real either. Yeah.
no. So he has no problem with that. It's just that he has the alive feel in the avadi. So it is very subtle.
He has the life feeling, or he feels the super awakening.
It kind of when you it's a subtle thing. I don't think
That's probably the Anindriya that we were talking about yesterday or day before.
Yeah. It's
It's fading, but it hasn't completely faded.
Yes, but there is the trick is that the entertainment here is not the actual sensory organs, because arupa raga, or when the formless entertainment is gone, it's kind of only part that is there is the sukha feeling, that's all that is there, or the tranquility side of it. So the tranquility is still a thing, that's all. If you have to become that, it can't be a thing either. Do you get it?
Yes, true. Tranquility can't become a thing even in the tiniest fraction of a way.
Yes. I see how tricky it can be in the end, isn't it? But Aran Hanse is making it so easy. Aran Hanse is making it so easy to everyone. Like what he says is, it's all in your the way you perceive. So if it is all the sensory functions, and even whatever you feel, even if you feel a very much tranquility feel, it's nothing much, isn't it? It's all due to the system now, because there is it can't be a magic either.
Yeah, and that if one feels the tranquility in the smallest possible way, even the fact that one feels it means it's the mind. That is what I sent you and Dr. Sakuntala a clip that Aran once explained, that Samita Indriya and Anyindriya. He's explaining that to a mother, Dr. Kokila, and he said that to the extent that there is a feel, the awareness that the feel is there, the awareness comes from the mind, and to that extent that is there. So it has to be completely, that feel has to go away.
Tell that again.
Completely dissolved. Yeah.
Tell that again.
The Anya Samiti is that when
is the Anya Samiti the first one? Because I get confused.
Yeah, that's
with
the
these
first
three.
one.
Okay, yeah.
So Anya Samiti is that things don't become a thing. So the feel that things don't become a thing is felt. That is why it's called a feel. And for the fact that one feels it means that there is an awareness. And the fact that there is awareness means that the mind is operating. So that is Anya Samiti Indriya. The fact that
I
fact that
actually
there is a feeling.
Has to listen that, because in the feel side, it's only the
feel of non-aliveness. The feel of things not becoming a thing. Now, the feel of a thought not becoming a thing. Now, the Pratyajana, the mundane world, the thought, as it comes, it's a thing. No? Every perception is a thing. So once the true Dhamma has been realized and practiced and all these points of contemplation, etc., then gradually things don't become a thing. But that is felt. There is an awareness. And then that too starts fading away.
Yeah.
That is Anyindriya, the second one. And then the complete, not even feeling it at all, is then the complete liberation from the mind, which is the anyatavi.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah. The thing is, feeling that that nothing is a thing also is a thing. It's still magic, you know.
Yeah. That's exactly. Nothing is a thing. He said, though you say it, you don't know that it has become a thing. He said, and that means for it to become a thing, that means the mind is in operation.
Yeah.
Because he said,
so whatever you think is useless.
Yeah, he said there is a tanhava for it.
Yes. This is actually very, very minute details that actually Arananse, I think, has not talked much in the 7 o'clock one. I hope in future he has the ability to talk about it, because it's difficult to talk also, because it has to be told in different metaphors. Because it's all in the field side. So the all in the field side is the burning is not there. Feeling also should not be there. So the burning is there. We know all that now. It's very easy to say when the burning is there. So the burning is not there. Not there is also another one. So the burning is not there also should not be there. It's funny.
Yeah, so if there is, I think you asked me the same question in a Sinhala midnight Zoom one day. And I think I said that at that time as well, I think. So if there is an entertainment of the fact that one doesn't, that a thing doesn't become a thing.
Yeah.
Now it can be said. Now this is the critical part, isn't it? Just like our advancer can say anything, and a mundane person can take it completely in the wrong way, saying he's laughing and he's, all that kind of thing. But then he can say it without any of those things. So similarly, somebody could say it, saying a thing doesn't become a thing. But if somebody says a thing doesn't become a thing, and say Aran is listening to that conversation and he feels that that person is entertaining that, then he's going to kind of, come down on that person quite harshly, or, correct it at that point.
It will definitely come to ego. That's the problem.
Because it comes to ego. But someone can still say it as a matter of fact. That is the current state.
This all comes to initial experiences, Suranka. That's the thing. So the initial experience of nirvana, or seeing the there's so many metaphors for that, like seeing the torch, light, whatever. There are so many metaphors for this, but at least in that, if you have the idea that it hasn't happened, then the ego is not there. That's the thing. This is where it turns completely other side. That's why Aranons is saying people can come to the level of form level and get trapped there because they don't know what to do after that. They get trapped because they don't know that they haven't attained nirvana, because the initial experience is not there. So the most important aspect of this is the initial bit.
But the funniest thing is, how can you go to that point is another question.
What point?
How can they go to the form without getting that first part?
What do you mean?
You said people can get trapped in the form world. Is that without the true Dhamma? Or anyone, even after listening to the correct Dhamma philosophy?
One day in 7 o'clock, he said, I think it was I can't remember. I think it was a professor or someone. He said anyone can get the feel because they are following this path. So they are following this path, so they can feel that the outside is perception. Yes, they follow that. So the perception is not real. They follow that. So they come to the field. They don't know what is the end of this now.
Or did you mean the end, or you meant the first part? I thought you
Nirvana.
meant
Nirvana.
I thought you meant the self view.
Yeah, because this experience should happen in one particular thought to experience the full thing.
Mm.
There's no way that someone will go to the Sakudagami level without knowing the fruition part of the Sotapan. Or everyone can be in the path, but that's the trickiest thing. So it all comes to the whether the doubts are gone. If the doubts are there, they even if someone is pushed into the form level, so they only feel, but if they don't know what the non-feel is like, they are just going to float in that level, because non-feel is an experience. So that's why Aranwanse has has the most responsibility of trying and detecting this, and put them in order, kind of thing, trying to understand what is happening. And that's the importance of a noble friend, because it's very tricky. So that day he said, Aranwanse said, that someone can actually go to the level of Anagami, but not with the correct will. That means they can go in the path, and this change hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, that part I find it difficult to kind of understand. I think I left it like that.
Did you hear
that
thing? Do you remember? I think it was a professor.
I think more than once he has mentioned that, isn't it, Dr. Cochran? One day I think he said it even in the midnight Zoom. There was a long discourse or conversation between you and Naren Mahansa one day, also where there was he was talking about the field beyond Anagami, and he was saying to you not to take things from the mind or something. Even then, and then once or twice in the Andolanaatma course, I have heard him say that. But that aspect, certain things, the realization comes later as the vidarshana continues to happen. So, everything, one doesn't need to probe and prod. There are certain things that can get realized gradually as the progression happens. So that was one of the things that I didn't quite get it, but I think it comes from the point of realization itself, I suppose. I just can't. Maybe that is because I'm trying to think about it from the mind, and that is probably not something that can be thought that way, isn't it?
Yeah, because I can really feel that that the risk. There's so much risk, whenever Aranwansi says something, next day mothers are saying that.
Yes, that is true.
So that's how it happens. So if he talks about the Anagami level too much, then they all become that level. So, but there's no even that initial experience.
Yeah.
But they think that is the level. So it goes on and on.
Yeah. And the issue with that is that it's because obviously this is all a system. The system automatically takes it as the new norm.
Karen once has joined, I think. I don't know whether he has the ability to talk, but anyway. Yeah. So anyway, whenever we Aran Hanse says something in a 7 o'clock Zoom discussion, or the most of the mothers would say the same thing in the 5 o'clock one. They would say, "Yes, Aran Hanse, I don't feel this, I don't feel that." Yeah, it's just the normal way of getting things into the mind. The mind works like that. If you keep telling this person is bad, if you repeatedly say that for about like even few days, you definitely is going to feel like that person is bad. That's how it works. Even this is the there's no self. That also we can take it as a factual thing, as a mind thing.
Yeah.
And then you start like that. The same way you get a perception that there is no self, but this is not what Aranas is trying to say. What he's trying to say is try and feel this. So when it comes to try and feel this, it all becomes experiences. Experiences mean it's definitely should be beyond the mind. Because if it is in the mind anyway, it's very illusory, or it traps or tricks vijnana mayava thing. So especially this mind consciousness, that's the most amazing but dangerous illusion. So that is the thing. Understanding this is a good thing, but feeling it is a challenge. So feeling it in the feel side is all about how strong your taints are, and what is the non-vibration feels like. And after that, the challenge becomes with the defilements. How much thickness is your defilements are? Whether it's the kids, whether it's the job, whether it's the mother or father, whether it's status, whatever. This, whatever. But even to come to that level, there is a very lot of satyajnana needed, because even someone like, to think that the pineapple is actually there. One is talking like that and saying that I feel very good, Ranasa, then it doesn't match. It doesn't match.
That's true.
So nothing.
Pineapple is not there, but I feel good. Yeah.
Yes. So there's so much challenge in trying to get this message across, and the whole effort is to get the message across. It doesn't necessarily mean that we are successful, but we also try. Sometimes all the things that we talk may look like Greek, but sometimes it will directly target that person.
Yeah.
The defilement. So we never know which it goes according to feel as well again. When someone is talking, how much ego that person has, it's another feel. And that whether that ego is coming down, it is very tricky, And someone might actually talk very beautifully about Dhamma and still have a big ego. And that person may not be even ready to hear it from us even. Like it would be they may listen to Arana and say, but not actually listen to anyone else. So that comes to like that level. And so if there is someone who is not talking in a discussion, it's very, very unfortunate thing, because it's a very limited time we have Arana say in the Zoom discussion. And but there's reluctance only if you are actually talking, and I think maybe due to the fear or the you know the fear, or even maybe the ego, the talking, actual talking is less.
Yeah.
And sometimes actually you don't know what to talk.
Yeah, sometimes it can be completely blank also, actually.
Yeah.
Mm.
You don't know what to say, or you're like completely clueless.
Mm. Yeah.
And it can happen. But the more important thing is to actually participate in whatever the Zoom discussions available, even whether it's Sinhala or English. So see, the English Zoom discussion is kind of empty yet. But I think it's because of the weekend that everyone is not there. But even yesterday, it was only 2 of us. Otherwise, it would, if you didn't come, it would be just me talking. It's not a discussion.
Yeah, actually, I mean, there's so many Buddothpada listeners in Australia and other countries. This time should be conducive to at least some of them, but we find that they don't. Oh, I don't know whether they're too busy, but the participation, I think, is quite minimal, isn't it?
Yeah, the one thing is they might think that it is, if we ask a question, they might not be able to answer it in English or something like that. But there are even people who do these 24-hour Zoom Zoom sermons. I wish at least they were there. I mean, not
Yeah, one or two of them.
not the people who are sleeping at this moment, but at least the other people, because then it's important that their voices are heard, and discussion is important. Therwan Sanaya.
Sri Lanka, Saturday, Sunday, more guys in the practical.
Yeah. So I think that is the reason.
Yeah. So there, I think other guys also there, no? That's why.
Yeah, but they usually participate, Arana. So I'm just talking about, overall there are several who can participate randomly at least. Yeah, it's really important that some discussion is active. When someone is asking questions, it's important, and it gives a time for them to actually come to realizations by asking the question also. Like sometimes, just they realize things themselves just by asking the question. Sometimes the answer is not the answer. It helps, the discussion helps. And I think because there is so much programs Saturday, Sunday, that's okay. Do we have anything to ask Arun answer? You can actually ask that Surangika that you were talking about. Oh, foreign ones is free. I don't know if he's free.
Yeah, not sure. Maybe I can ask her later on in a Sinhala Zoom.
Yeah, okay. So the most important thing here is understanding the truth. Yes, contemplation is okay. Initially, contemplation is really important because contemplation leads you to because it's one of the reasons, you know, the discussion, the listening, the contemplation, then the pratipada, the program comes to the place. So the program also is formulated by Aran Wahanse so that particular experience is the program is conducive for that particular experience. So that's very important, you know. Do the 4 things if possible, because then you don't get trapped in the middle, because it's always you know, just by doing one we don't say that. That's when it comes to all 4 levels. Once you keep doing that, it becomes a pattern, but you have to remember to do the all 4 things in the beginning. The beginning, it's an effort, but then later you don't have to at all.
Yeah,
So it
that's the
becomes
part that I was trying to say, that effort, maybe that, you know, all the Samma, Vayama, the Bojjhanga, Virya Bojjhanga, then that
no, that comes with the Sammaditthi, no.
Chanda
So the
Chitta, that Virya Vimamsa, the Virya there.
yeah, with the right view, everything falls into right effort, right
Right reflection, right time, and all that kind of thing. Everything. If there is a need to contemplate, then the contemplation has to happen at that time. For example, if a burning happens, you know, say the person says, I'm tranquil, and then suddenly something happens. And if they, you know, ignore it or skip it and go without actually contemplating that point where the burning happened, then there is no right effort. No? There has to be a virya there, no? to see what happened there and analyze what happened at that point. So there should be a vidarshana to contemplate the Dhamma at that point, isn't it?
the Veera is there in every Margasit, every
Margasit, yeah.
every path, in the sense path has all these things.
So that's that last point. So in that case, that Rahat Margasit also has a certain amount of determination, but it's very, very fine. That is the thing that I was referring to, saying about the Vayam Nokaramin Pihitanusiti, that one is not applying like an overt effort, nor is one kind of standing still.
That's what I was trying to say, Surangika,
Yeah.
that particular statement applies to every Margasit. That's what I want. Actually, we can ask Aranwas if he is free. I think it applies to every Marga Chitta, because path.
Yeah, the mind path, or path, whatever the mind on the path. I know how to say it even in English.
Yeah.
Margasit, yeah.
Yeah, because the path differs, you know, path changes.
Maybe if we actually refer to that sutra, there might be a better understanding. So we are only using that sentence the Buddha said without actually looking at the background of that. Maybe, yeah, if we come across that. I'll see if I can find it and look at it a little bit more. Or we can ask her and answer one day. But yes, I think even where the practical program is concerned, it's that what Aaron also has said recently also is that some mothers, everybody kind of does this in the beginning also. It's always thinking and doing it. So actually the Dhamma explanation is at the beginning about what is going to be contemplated, isn't it, in the practical program. So
Yeah,
it's
after that you
explained.
don't have to think, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But then the mothers continue the thinking.
But there is a focus. Outside is just a perception. There's a kind of a focus there.
Yeah.
But then, but actual,
not a constant thinking.
No, actual experience. If you come to the last one, that there is no self. Actual experience has no thinking at all.
Yes.
I mean, from the beginning to the end, the actual experience doesn't have the thinking. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So it is very tricky when we say that, because it's all in the feel side.
Yeah, because before you start the walking meditation, there is, as you say, a focus that this is the point that is getting contemplated. But then the rest of it should be the experience. No? That one is that there is an awakening to the experience.
Yeah, the where people get excited is when they don't feel the outside as much. They get excited, but there's a whole lot of other 3 steps in there. So until you become an arahant, there's nothing to get excited about. Actually, even after becoming an arahant, anyway, there's no excitation because there's no alive feel.
Yeah, true. Any excitation comes only to the point of arahathood. The slightest excitation is, I suppose, going back to that indriya thing. It's that coming from the mind, fraction of the mind even.
That's the vibration. So the non-vibration has nothing to do with that. Vibration
But then
is the entertainment.
But then after Anagami, Aran mentioned about that is only the feel. So then at that point, then there is no excitation. Because if the excitation comes from the mind, then beyond Anagami, there is no mind, no, it's the feel.
No, but then there's slightest enjoyment of the feel. That's where the Aranhasi talks about very subtle liking the non-feel. It's not liking even. You can't call it liking.
It's not liking.
Yeah. You can't call it. It's a very subtle thing that non-feel is a thing.
Then this thing about habits as well has been a recent topic of conversation, isn't it? That habits by themselves is not something that can be avoided or stopped or whatever it is. If the habit has become a thing, isn't it, that then the true Dhamma has not been applied. Because
it is entertainment of Your habits mean it's a very subtle thing again, because the way you comb your hair, or the way you dress, or the way you do things, as soon as it is disturbed, only we can find out how important that was, you know. Because
Yes,
as
but if the system has
disturbance,
got just used to a way of doing it by itself, you can't say. But as you said quite rightly, anything that happens to disturb it, and then the reaction to that would then show whether there is self there or not, isn't it?
otherwise it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Yeah.
Because if you are wearing, you know, you will wear the normal things that is suitable for the occasion. It doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Mm. Yeah.
So it will be just a siddhi. Siddhi means what is siddhi?
Incident.
Incident. It will just an incident, whether you choose the other one or this one or whatever.
Mm.
So that won't even. It's like doesn't matter at all. So that if there's no burning, there's no point. But that is the thing. But how much level you have the ignorance is what matters. So how much level you have the ego, but how much is your defilements, that is what it matters. Doesn't necessarily mean other things are not important, you know.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
if you are feeling anything, whether it is the work, whether it is the parents, whether it's the family, whether it's losing money, or whether it is your image or whatever, then only we can really understand it. So if you're actually doing a job and you're exposed to a lot of things, it's very easy sometimes. It can be easy to misunderstand also. That this is a defilement, this is a defilement, this is a defilement, this is a defilement, and every day it will be a defilement also. Other way around, someone might say, oh no, this is not a defilement, this is not a defilement. Even that is tricky because it's thinking. Thinking doesn't matter at all here. So that whatever comes to mind is not the important thing, whatever you feel is the important thing.
Mm.
Even that is tricky because the life feel and the actual sensory function is quite tricky again. They all come to the experience of it's mainly the experience which matters.
Yeah. And Sambha Sankara Anicca thing is, then that is what it is finally, because everything that is then perceived is this has been constructed. Mm.
There are whatever the actions, whatever the talking, whatever the thinking, whatever the seeing, whatever the hearing, whatever the bodily feelings, shouldn't be a thing. It is again very pertaining to that system.
Mm.
How much power was there initially, and how much power is there? It's zero now. So that also, it has to be experienced. You can't experience it if you are inside the mind. In the sense,
Yeah.
this experience is not valid if your perceptions are true. So worldly perceptions, still if it is true, you can't really judge by any of that. So the thinking doesn't matter, means that.
Mm. Yeah.
Sometimes That's why Aranwanse is saying, just forget about all the expectation for the field. We have an expectation for the field. Oh, this would be something like this, something like this, something like this. Because of the Zoom discussions, we have a mental picture now.
Yeah.
That's the most difficult part, to convince that mental picture is useless. Having a mental picture is okay, but knowing that it's a mental picture.
Yeah. Which is why, what is said to an advanced practitioner won't work for a beginner, because beginner gets that mental picture, then one goes down a big rabbit hole, isn't it? Quite different. And without due contemplation, that mental picture can kind of superimpose itself in the wrong way at the beginning.
Yeah, the way they talk only, you can actually pick up whether if the ego is very high and you are talking about this Dhamma. It again shows that she or he knows the Dhamma, but still there is a problem. That's all we can say. We can't say much, but it's all in the field side. So Aranwan say is the help is important there.
Yeah.
But sometimes even Aranwanse can't help. Sometimes if it is like very big blow, they might completely go out from the whole thing.
Yeah.
They might come back later once they realize that it was a mistake, but that can happen. So nothing is straightforward, like this happens, this happens, this happens. You can't really say that. Only thing is here is importance is knowing the Satyajnana properly, like knowing the Dhamma properly, that there are these levels. It's important to talk about them. Then everyone will not get just deceived by outside is a perception only. Also, you feel much better. But then you stagnate there. You just kind of stop there because you feel so much good. So you enjoy the goodness.
Yeah.
That happens to a lot of mothers. So they feel the goodness. That's okay. But that's only the first bit of the path, because the whole experience is needed even to fully realize even the Dhamma. Initial bit, even the fruition level. So only the guidance of the whoever who is holding the Zoom discussion or the Zoom, the program, practical programs, that's really important. So that they are encouraged for the next level. So the encouragement for the next level is also subtle, without making them to think too much, without making them to hang on to Dhamma too much. So take it easy and let it go is the most difficult part. We don't know much. We are not actually used to that. Let go also we don't know. We usually know letting go means let go of the pineapple kind of thing. This here is actually letting go of the perception as well as the life field. So it's very tricky. So it becomes it's a gradual exposure, which Aranwanse has done really nicely. But in one sermon, he usually talks about the whole everything. He doesn't stop just in one level. He talks to the end. Otherwise, it doesn't become a proper discussion. If you don't talk about the consciousness level and the light, the sound, Because I can remember multiple times I have told you to concentrate on that side, the light.
Yeah.
I know you know that. It's just the kind of try to feel that, because the light experience in that, that they are just a formation of the eye. It's just a rapid vibration of the eye. Hearing is rapid vibration of the ear, nothing else. So that also is very needed. So if we stop somewhere in the middle, they also stop somewhere in the middle. So if someone never talks about that level, everyone who comes to that discussion will stop at that level. So it's always good to show even if someone hasn't actually felt it, it's good to show that this is something like this. Importance of guiding to listen to Aranwanse's Dhamma is very important, because his sermons usually have the whole every layer.
Then this morning's talk was, of course, also really beautiful. I think I need to listen to it again because it was on the road, but where he, I think, said the entire thing, which he always does, but spoke about so much about the power, underlying power of the vibration. How does this thought become such a thing? How do these perceptions become so real? So, I mean, I think it's the delivery also, isn't it? The delivery of the Dhamma with such, I don't know, there is that non-vibrational thing that comes across, which is so much part of the realization and helps the realization. How this whole thing, how that is all impinging on that power of the vibration. And what finally dissipates is also the power, which then doesn't actually give rise to a vibration. So I think there's more contemplation required. Certainly from my side, I think more contemplation required on that one aspect as well, which was surfaced only recently, because he's talked about the Majjhima Sutra so much. But we've always talked about the two opposing ends and then started from there. But recently he's been explaining a lot about the power behind the vibration, and if not for the power, there's no vibration. And ultimately what actually dwindles is that power, isn't it? That is the thing that that is the thing that attacks that power in the vibration, which is at the zygote level. And he's referred to it as the, what do you call it? The tea leaves in the bottom of the teacup. What remains? The astrava. Not the astrava, the sastrava. The taints. Not the taints, the cankers. Whatever the...
Taints.
Yeah, taints and cankers. I think astrava, I don't know what astrava is. Astrava is like defilements, but not really defilements. It's panchanivarana, isn't it? Nivarana.
No, Panchanivarana is different. Panchanivarana is stupa and Buddhism. That's preventing the fruition level, but defilements is, I don't know actually the English words.
No, I think defilements are the five defilements are the panchanivarana, I think. But yeah, but whatever it is, that main thing at the zygote level is the final thing that then slowly disintegrates, isn't it, as the Dhamma is realized and the path is followed.
Actually, I don't know whether I can agree in that statement, because this is all in one thought. I don't know why your talk always goes in that direction. It's all in one particular thought. So if it happens in every thought, That's the thing. It's so I don't know whether that's the same thing or the different thing when you say that. It's a bit confusing because each and every thought, each and every stimuli actually, each and every stimuli, I feel is there, and the form world is there. The non-form, the form, and the sensual part is there. So what's the difference of and from level to level is it's just these 3 levels, but again it's in one particular stimuli.
Yeah, so I mean, there's one thought being entertained at any given moment, but then this thought arises
But the
and sees.
Aranwansi nicely says that the bucket thing, you know, if the bucket is full of defilements, they go down in one level. There's no up and down all the time. There's nothing like that. So someone is in like whatever the level, that level is that there you can't actually shake. So you can't really talk about the field side as well as go directly outward as well. You know what I mean? So
No, what I said was that it's the underlying power of the at the zygote level, which is where the potential to expand into magnification,
that's in
excitation.
one stimuli we are talking about like that. But when it comes to every stimuli acting in the same way, so just imagine, I don't know whether my message is coming through. So just imagine a person is now understand this Dhamma, is in the stream enterer path, and feels this Dhamma, the all 3 levels, and non-feel or the non-vibration, that happens only in one thought. That doesn't do anything into that system. It only does one thing. What is the thing that it does? It shatters the self-view, because now the continuity of that system, the continuity of that life field is broken. In the whole samsaric journey, it was a continuous field. Whether it's Brahma or God or whatever the thing, it's a life field is kind of continuous, because it just changes the manifestation only. It vibrates here and then it vibrates somewhere. It doesn't matter. It's at the same time it changes. So there's no one going from here to there. So when that the fruition happens in just one particular stimuli, what happens is a shattering of the self-view. But when that happens, all the thoughts are shattered, because it doesn't just shatter self-view only. It shatters the chair. It shatters the outside feeling as a thing shatters completely, because you know now it's only the stimuli which is doing this trouble, the life field, because it has been shattered in at least once. You know fully that it is only the stimuli which is important, and the stimuli, whether it is felt as a thing or not, but it is still felt as a thing, because you're full of defilements, but nothing new is going to happen. Yeah, nothing new. So everything is slowly reduction of whatever you had, whatever the vibration you have, or whatever the defilements you have. So in that, again, there's slowly one side the defilements is coming down, other side the awakening is slowly coming up. They are kind of the similar happening. So when there's the fully realization of the perceptions are not true, that means you're fully in the field side. This is very tricky as well, because it is, then you can't really get worldly things. So just imagine if someone has no experience in the fruition level in the first part, the Sotapanna fruition level, you can't talk about the second one. But we might actually go into that as well. That's what Aranantha is saying, that someone might go in the path slowly without that complete fruition. Because to come to the complete fruition also, all these 4 levels are needed in one particular stimuli. Not in all stimuli. In one particular stimuli. But every other defilement is there. The daughter or the son or the mother, father, everything is there. So then becomes the defilement stage. Defilements, you have to understand the defilements. So what are your karmasthana? So slowly then they will start to dissolve. So dissolving will continue until the worldly perceptions are not a thing. When the worldly perceptions are not a thing, it's all in the field side. What is the field side means, the most importantly, whether the fire is there or not. So it's the vibration. Fire is there or not. Initially it is the fire. And then no fire. As we discussed in the beginning, the no fire is also kind of a state. But then becoming the no fire, that's not a big, whatever, even the no fire is not a thing. So the fire, no fire, becoming no fire means it's not, it's just the normality again. So when we talk like that, it's in all the thoughts. So when the worldly things are not important, you can't really talk about that. Then go back to the initial level again.
No, I didn't mean it in going back to initial level. What I meant was the power is getting generated, the capacity for something to become a thing is arising from that, from the Sastravana. That is the thing that has expanded, which is occurring now in this moment. Whatever the thought that occurs in this moment has that rooted vibration. That is why there is, to whatever extent, until it is completely extinguished, as the non-alive field becomes complete, or isn't felt at all in this moment. So even in this moment, if a stimuli is a thing, even in a formless sense, a little bit, then to that extent,
Yeah, true. What I'm trying to say is you can't mix up with the that and still worldly things getting being a thing. You know, when mothers say about
no, by that time
incident,
the worldly part has gone. No?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So there can't be anything. The story doesn't matter whether it's a life feel is there or not is the matter.
Yeah, the final bit. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it is complicated actually when you try to talk about it. I think it is because we are talking about it. If Aranwansi come here, he will be like, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? That's right.
Because you don't have anything
here.
to talk.
What are you talking about?
And we can hear good thing. Yeah, I think he's busy because because that's the thing, the internal transformation word comes because of that. Otherwise, all the people will start saying everything because they take it as a mental picture anyway. So if we say there is nirvana, it is a mental picture. If we say anagami, it's a mental picture. You know, that is why I'm telling you sometimes not to even think that way, because even that day that didn't match, kind of the thing that you said didn't match properly. The one you
Which
said
one was
about
that?
you know, the one you said there will be one birth or something. I don't know. It sounded bit with the kind of bhavagami. I don't know. I don't know how to say that. It's just a feel I got. But
You
it's
meaning
very
when Ajahn
subtle.
Mahansa asked about
Yeah.
if you die now, what is going to happen or something?
Yeah. Because that itself is a bit tricky. You know, the question is also tricky. Answer is also like that, because when you say it's another thought we are talking about. So yeah, I know the answer is also tricky. The question is also tricky, and I don't know what I will tell if he asks me that.
Yeah, what would you say, Dr. Kokila?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Or did you say you don't know, right? Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't hear that part. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, because it's very tricky when we say that, because if there is no story, if someone is in the field side, I mean, there is a story. Definitely, it's the mind again, isn't it?
And I mean, so the answer is a reflection of the current state. That can't be changed now, because if that was what was said, then that means that is the current state, which means
yeah. But that is what Aranwansi was saying to Rajangani Mehani Maharshi today in the last bit
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, it's a bit of important thing that he was talking with her.
Oh, was that in the 5 o'clock Zoom or?
Yeah, the sutra.
Oh, in the sutra. Was it today? Okay.
Yeah, today last bit.
Okay.
And he was nicely telling her about the way you think is the problem.
The culprit. Okay.
Yeah. So if you are thinking something, again, as we talked about this, whether you are thinking that there is more to happen, again reflects.
Yes, that I see. Yeah.
So that is again thinking is important.
Yeah, but it is very, very tricky, isn't it? Now, for example, Ananda Thero, if someone asked Ananda Thero before he went to sleep.
That's what I'm saying. It is very tricky, as well as it is very intimate as well, like self-evident as well. Because of the first experience, definitely he is fully aware that he hasn't attained that.
Yes, so if he is asked that question, are you in a position to attend the Dhamma Sanggayana the following morning? If he was
must
asked
have
at
said
10
no.
o'clock, 10 o'clock in the night, he will say no.
No.
So then the fact that he said no is pointing to his state at that point.
Yeah, but that again shows the ignorance. That is the thing.
Yes,
that is
exactly.
very tricky.
Yeah, exactly. That is very tricky, because his statement at that point is a kind of an opinion based in the mind, and that itself is the impediment.
Yeah. There's always, when there is a thinking or kind of an idea that there's more to happen, you are very agitated, in the sense, not severely agitated, that Situddacha Kokocha, I don't know,
there is something restlessness, isn't
restlessness.
it? That's what we talked about.
Yeah. So it doesn't give you the experience anyway.
And that is why that fruition is not there. There is an expectation. There is an expectancy. There's a tension.
There's a tension.
The slightest of tension, yeah.
So the tension doesn't help it at all. So that word you said, පිහිටා නොසිට
වෑයම් නොකරන.
වෑයම් නොකර thing. But the Satyajnana is in the background, you know. Without Satyajnana, it's useless. But then, even for the first level, even for the Sotapanna fruition level, this is needed. Even for the Sakudagami fruition level, it is needed. Even for the Anagami fruition level, it is needed. Even for the Arahat fruition level, it is needed. But the Arahat fruition level, there is no mind involved at all, according to Aryan Wahanse, I think. But I don't know. I'm not the good person to say that. Because it's all about experience, isn't it? Yeah. So we don't know. It's actually something we can only ask from Aryan Wahanse. But he is giving hints so much these days. That's what he told even Germany Meninoans. This is what is happening to you, you know, everything you know, 100%. And it's nicely said. Just listen and say. So nicely said that as far as you think there's some more to happen, it won't happen to you also.
Yeah.
And if you think it has happened also, it won't happen.
That's the thing. You can be in a complete dream world of your own, because that's the other part, like, you know, how the mothers say, oh, I'm now fine. Once.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, I don't know how Arahman is listening to all these stories without. I mean, he laughs with us. Actually, it is good because he can't laugh also sometimes. You know, it's very tricky. If you laugh, sometimes they might misunderstand.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
But it is a laughable thing because you're trapped here and there. You know.
Yeah.
The mind is such a tricky thing. So more you understand about this, the mind, you know, you can't do anything with that. So you just let go.
Yeah. Actually, you get two types of, maybe more than two types, but generally you can put them into two broad buckets. In the Sinhala Zoom, there are mothers who are like totally gung-ho, meaning, oh my God, everything else is secondary. Getting this is it, right? So they come to it with so much, you can't use the word passion, but so much drive. Wanting to get it, wanting to do what's next, Aryan Mansa. What do I need to do, Aryan Mansa? What do I have to do? Give me a kamatahan, Aryan Mansa, point of contemplation, and so on. And he's like, can you be still? Can you go and have a cup of tea? Yeah, you I have heard it several times. And then the other set of mothers, now I don't feel anything, Aryan Mansa. Son calls and I'm fine, Aryan Mansa.
Yeah, and he's like,
and
oh, you have
again,
so much ego.
That's right. And then the other point of the book, the one you mentioned a little while ago, about sometimes even in Andolonatmaka or in any other time, even in a normal Sinhala zone, there is nothing to say, nothing comes to say, nothing comes up to say. Isn't it? That not cluelessness, it's blank.
Yeah.
Then blankness comes in. I mean, sometimes you on a side there is you kind of feel as if you should participate and, you know, keep the conversation going and that kind of thing. But then when you actually wait for something to come up to actually start the thing, nothing is coming.
Yeah, you are here talking because it's only two of us.
Yes, I mean, I'm kind of trying to say something.
Yeah, we need to talk now because we are talking.
Yes, there's a need and there's some, I think certain things come together and then there's a conversation. But at that time, there'll be like 50 people on the call. So But even in the Andolanaatmaka, recently I've noticed that there's a lot of silence right at the beginning, isn't it? Till it gets going after about 45 minutes to 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Then there's that initial, and that's actually such a shame because Arenvase has said that is such a crucial talk where he can go into more deep points. If somebody can actually relate and recount an experience, those advanced practitioners or anyone for that matter, sometimes even a person who's listened to the Dhamma recently, like that gentleman a couple of days ago, made Arenvase give such a deep discourse, isn't it?
Mm.
So it all depends, I guess. There was another thing that, what's the time? To check the time. Yeah, it's 15 minutes more. This, there was a person who came, old lady who lives close by Dr. Kokida. I just invited her for a cup of tea with my parents. And she came at 2:30 and went off at 4:30 for that 2 hours. So she gave a complete rundown of her life, the children, the illnesses, the hospitalization, the husband dying of cancer, every little minute thing that kind of she felt as it was important to be said, and this and that. And so and then you realize that unfortunately this is the system, isn't it? This is the way the system is, and to an extent this is where one can understand Aranvasa's compassion and the greatest of patience that he has with mothers, because
Yeah, so much patience.
if you think about it now, maybe a couple of months ago or even 1 month ago, I don't know, whatever it is, there would have been maybe first 1 hour, there would have been, I would have listened to it, and then I would have started getting impatient, or there would have been a slight irritation, like kind of coming to the surface from somewhere, because I will say, okay, this person is going on and on. How long would I have to listen to it? And I could have listened to a bana or something would have started. But at that point, so nothing like that came to mind. And then I was actually, so there was a complete freedom for that lady to say whatever she had to say. My parents were dozing off in the chair because it was too long. And they are in their 80s, so they were kind of nodding off in their chairs. So I was listening to this lady. And so that system, that is what is real, isn't it?
Yes,
Because they don't
imagine.
know anything else. And I mean, I was just thinking, even for you as a doctor, the patients that come and the listening that has to be done, it's not just the illness, no, everything. I mean,
Yeah.
typically, yeah. And then there's no way of helping them because, especially in these countries, also, as you have said several times, you have to tread very carefully. And some people, one kind of knows that you can't even broach the subject.
I don't.
So,
Usually, I don't.
yeah. So you
Not
just got to
even. Not
leave
even
them.
for anyone understanding single language. Not even like that, because it's a
Yeah,
bias that they don't expect from us.
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
It's not a medical. It's a medical field. So that this is very strict in this country. So we have to follow.
Mm. But and it shows the how perceptions have become such a thing and got thickened over the years, and how those objects and things have got real, and then it is almost ingrained in that system, isn't it? Embedded, and they've identified with those so much that
Yeah.
that is the thing that they can operate. They can talk. It's like a record. It's being played and played.
And how about the vibration?
The vibration, yeah.
Yeah. What to speak about the vibration?
Mm.
So that is the thing. It is sometimes we can't help.
Yes, very exactly. Yeah.
We can't help, and even we try to help, It's difficult because Aran Vanse has done this magic for 5 years. We are actually talking about this in a forum. I don't think that someone is willing to listen suddenly. But if some sadness is there, they might.
Yeah, and then, this thing he has said about if people are happy, leave them alone. Because obviously you can't help everybody. And I mean, if there's just a little bit of dirt that gets caught up in a fingernail, that many people only, or that little number of people only can get this.
Yeah, because they
realize
might
the
ask you
Dhamma.
why I should contemplate. I'm happy now.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, isn't it?
And you are trying to sell about a super happiness, they will be like, "Meata pissuda koheda?" Yeah, that thing.
They'll just say, I don't need super happiness. I have happiness.
Yeah.
No
That's the
need of
thing.
the super.
Super. You are the one who is talking about super. Then you must be having the problem.
Yeah, exactly. And that is true, isn't it? In a way,
Yeah,
if we are
true,
trying
true.
to valiantly try to, put something on them, who is making the effort?
Yeah, true. That's the thing. That's the thing. So that's the thing. So when Aranvalse releases into the online system, I think that's the best thing he could do. Because
Yes.
no monks were ready to listen. So what he could do was just release into this air. And he just did that. We just heard it randomly when you also heard it from somebody, but you just heard it online. It didn't go anywhere.
Exactly. Yeah. And
no one forced us to listen. Nothing.
Yes. And what's that singular statement? Asatto dakitva. Those who can see the Dhamma, let them see it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here is the content, but the contemplation, the self-evident part is up to each system. It might resonate, it might not resonate. And there have been people who have, said the first sermon itself was enough for them to be kind of turned upside down, isn't it? So.
Yeah, and the more we release it, more chances that it will be heard. I don't know whether you remember the Aran Vanse's initial sermons like Sita Kiyala Deyak Naha. I think it's heard by, I don't know whether it's millions now, but it was heard by a lot at that time. Because they were captured, the topic captured a lot of
so much
eyes.
Attention, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're probably passing 85,000 views or something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's the thing. So it depends on how what is the time. It was COVID time. People were suffering. People were online, were doing online stuff a lot. So the times are different.
Yes.
And these things can change again. But then the most problematic thing is when RNS is not available for discussion. There would be a time like that.
Yes. Yeah.
And that is the most, then everyone will feel it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah.
And I remember Harshi telling our advance that there's about 340 million people in the US alone, because they were talking about the walk for peace and all that. And I just Googled to see how many English speaking people are there. The whole world is 1.5 billion. So
okay.
that is the potential for
at least 0.1% of that.
Yeah, exactly. Even 0.1.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever that number is. Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter. Even 10 people is enough. It's just going to specific areas, you know. Because it's all about manifestation of the non-vibration. It's not only about the preaching. It's all about the manifestation. And it becomes stronger then.
Yes, and just like Karana says, you know, you would have been in Jetavanarama at the time, and then you would have been probably thinking about something else when Lord Buddha was preaching. But to some extent, you know, there could have been some part of it that went in to the system, and that could have been contributory to the 0.1% getting it now. Because you know, there's so many people in Sri Lanka, and then if you think about how many listen to this kind of Dhamma and how many go the other way, so that also there is a percentage, isn't it, that once the true Dhamma message is heard, they then drop everything else. So that system then feels the one-on vibration. So in a similar way, even the English-speaking...
Yeah, there are so many not noble friends, the monks out there who talk about the first bit, the anitya part. They talk about it a lot, you know. But the most important thing is they don't talk about the whole thing.
Yes.
The actual experience. Because of the lack of experiences, they don't talk about it. Because if you just talk one point, it's not enough. Even 2 points is not enough. Because I have heard some monks beautifully talking about this first and sometimes even the second, but they don't talk about the third or the non-form level. So there is no, the potential is also not there, because there can't be any potential if it's an arahant. But at least if someone has felt it before, only there's a chance that thing about the Suddhavas, otherwise you can't talk about that as well. So this is a very tricky area where, because as soon as we talk about the word Anagami, even people are tricked. That's why I don't usually talk about these words even. Because they take it as a thing to achieve. So, as we said, this mind is so tricky. So, it's very difficult to talk about these things without tricking the other person. Actually, the mind. Not the person, but the mind. The mind, the pattern is to get tricked anyway. Like, the complicates the picture. So if we talk about Sotapanna, people are like planning the Sotapanna. We talk about Sakudagami, people are planning the Sakudagami. So unless the planning stops, nothing is happening.
Which is what we are, I mean, sorry, what we are doing, even probably, what shall I say, what's the word, without, like that man in Mahansi, you said in the Sutra Desana, each one, there is a unspoken searching, isn't it?
Yeah. And Aranansi is saying, what are you searching for?
What are you searching for?
And he asked that from us also.
Yes.
What are you waiting for? That's a song, actually. Yeah. It's beautiful, this Dhamma is, by the way. It's nice to talk about it. Even though we try not to make it complicated and give you like another thing to think about or another thing as a thing, you know. We try not to, but it can happen.
Yeah. But because this is getting
because this Anyasamiti thing can be a thing. If you ask from Maharanasi, definitely he will be like, can you drink some tea?
Yeah.
So here are you thinking about the Anyasamiti, can you drop that?
Yeah, that's true.
That's the answer he might say, you know,
Mm,
because it's useless. It's again in the mind.
yeah. But then there are times that he says, yeah, that these are points that you all don't say because he says he can't expand on the point because there's no one here who's not intellectual but spiritually, like, well, at least got some experience to even question some of these finer points, because he keeps saying that there are so many other finer points that he hasn't even explained. But to get to
Yeah.
that, there hasn't been anybody who is kind of pushing him to reveal another fine point and expand and so on and so
But
forth.
then if
So
it becomes a thing to us, it's affecting here, not there.
yeah, that is also true. So it's there also. I mean, I think you talked about catch-22 and having that so many in so many places.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if it
Because
is
you are trying
approached
to
in the wrong way,
entertain the Zoom.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, it's actually the more and more this becomes refined, one can also sometimes understand how difficult it is for people, and how easy it is to give up, isn't it?
It is easy to give up.
Yeah,
I think that's the important thing, not to give up. In the
not
sense,
to give up.
even if it seems very hard, you can just keep listening and keep discussing. And I mean, take it easy. Let go is not our passion at all. Yeah, used to grab things, whether it's Sotapan, whether it's Anagami, whether it's Anya, Samiti, whatever. It doesn't matter. Yeah, kind of grabbing things. That's the pattern. So it becomes another thought that we have to get rid of. In the sense, not get rid of, the power should reduce. So yeah, catch-22, yes. Because it's Dhamma points now.
Yeah, because what we just explained now, what I said was that it's because it's getting finer and finer, because each time they say they've done something and I must say, no, that's not it. You're still in the mind, and then think, 3 months later they come thinking, finally Aramansi will say a good thing. And they say, what are you talking about here? Say. And then, so it's easy to give up, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, easy
But
to give up. But
in a
in
normal
a way,
sense,
it is good to give up. That's the thing.
That's the thing.
That's the
Yeah.
beautiful thing, is having the Satyajnana and give up the kind of idea of achieving something.
Idea of achieving it, yes. So not in a give up give up sense, but in a way the giving up also will lend itself to that, isn't it?
Yes.
Incredible.
Incredible, yes. I can remember I actually stopped talking to the Zoom a long time ago. About 6 to 9 months, I can't remember, long time ago though. But I had this underneath. It's there, but it's not there, kind of thing. And so I think it's very important, so that you don't cover your defilements by a strong mind,
Yeah.
because
So
it
there is a
appears
period
as,
like that, isn't it?
yeah, it appears as if the defilements are not there, but there is, because it's a strong thinking about Dhamma. The defilements appear as not there, but when you relax, then it is much better. That's the way to actually look at the mind, not actually actively looking at the mind, because then the person who is looking is there. But if you don't actively do that, just release it and just wait. I mean, it's a metaphor though. That's the best part. Because if
And
you
that's
actually
where
try to be a security officer, then security officer is there.
Yeah. And that's where the letting go of the Dhamma is understood in the absolute in
Certain
every
days.
correct way.
Yeah.
Because those days also we heard this thing, no, you have to let go of the Dhamma. Dhamma is the last thing you have to let go. Paruva, Atarindona, the Kano, the raft has to be let go, and all these things, like even that was taken like a statement, isn't it, from the mind those days. But it is now that there is that realization what actually that meant.
Yeah.
That ultimate holding on to the Dhamma means holding on to that last thought of, as you said, the Mahansi was doing, and what our Mahansi said. But it's so fine, and that fine part is the Dhamma itself. That is not being let go of, no?
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think
if
we
other
will.
people, mundane people listen, that is why I think they might think we are all mad. Because that's why Aryan Masi says whatever that's good in the mundane world is not
good
so in this
yeah.
world, and yeah, the other way about.
Yeah.
It's two different things altogether.
Yeah. So we shouldn't even try and like enforce anything. Yeah. And I think we will stop the discussion for
Yeah, we've
today.
gone over time. Yeah.
Yeah. And we worship our Mahansi with so much gratitude for his noble guidance. Thank you all. If you could please join the discussions, it would be very appreciated. And may Triple Jim bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila, Thirwan Sannaya. Thank you for your guidance. And Thirwan Sannaya and Mahansa. So Thirwan Sannaya, Dhamma friends, let us continue with the Zoom talks. So what just concluded was the Buddothpada English Zoom discussion, which happens 24 hours. But what just concluded was the discussion part of it, which occurs between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. So as Dr. Popida mentioned, it would be really good if you are listening to these Dhamma sermons and there is any time that you are free and available. You don't have to join for the entire 2 hours, but whatever time you can, you are invited to participate in the Zoom discussions, because if there is any point in any of the aspects that are being discussed or explained in the 24-hour Zoom talks, this is the forum in which that you can ask any questions or seek any clarifications. And we are all very happy and more than willing to discuss it with practical points and practical examples, so that this pure truth can be, integrated into your life. And the points that one can ponder and reflect on can also be, greatly clarified by the understanding of this correct truth and the true Dhamma philosophy. So this is Buddothpada Zoom discussions, and this is the revelation of the pure truth by Lord Buddha 2,500 years ago, which has been uncovered by our noble spiritual teacher, Buddothpada and Mahansa. And this has been shared with the world for the last 5 to 6 years, mostly in the Sinhala, our native tongue in Sri Lanka. But also in the last couple of years, we've had English Zoom discussions, 1 or 1.5 hours daily, but that has now been expanded to a 24-hour English Zoom. It's a mixture of talks as well as a Zoom discussion. So what is important in this, in the truth that was exposed by Lord Buddha is basically the path to end suffering, and fundamentally that it is a cause and effect Dhamma, and that if everything happens with the cause, and then the final effect is the samsaric cycle of birth and death, and ultimately suffering. So how does the suffering come about, and what is suffering? How does that come about? And then surely if there's a suffering, there should be an end to suffering, and what does that path look like? So these are the fundamental truths that were exposed through self-realization by Lord Buddha, which Aryan Mahansa, a noble spiritual teacher, has explained through so many thousands of discourses. Basically trying to really show the path to this non-self Dhamma, because the mundane world has bases its existence on what they consider or think to think as there being a external world. And what this Dhamma shows is that their very existence is based on the fact that they think there is a world out there, and that there is a person here, a self that is very true to them, that is very real to them. The true Dhamma, or the pure truth that Lord Buddha exposed, shows that actually that there is no self here. That basically that this is just a system, a process that is going on, and what is getting manifested through the sense faculties, 5 sense faculties that human beings possess, is what we call a world. And it is true that world believing that world to be true due to ignorance, that an existent feel comes about, that the feeling that the world exists. And then with that feeling that the world exists, a feeling that there is an I or an ego or a me here that is experiencing this world also manifests. But whatever the sense faculties conjure up is just a creation, and that is just an internal mechanism which then the mind interprets through another vibration to form what we would call parents, teacher, children, house, mortgage, the world, politics, economy, and so on. Whatever the world that is made up for you, whatever that you hold near and dear to you, your house, your income, your job, your family, your parents, your loved ones, your relatives, the sport that you go to, the things that you watch on TV, all these things that you hold near and dear to you, which you collectively makes up your life. The Buddha said, they are all perceptions. None of them is real. And so that is what he proceeded to show by showing the mechanics of the mind, how this whole process works from the point of a single vibration, which then manifests itself in 5 different ways via our sense faculties. The creation, the manufacturing, the production starts there. And because there is a human body, these sense faculties are inherent to that human body. Human beings have been given these, human beings have these sense faculties. So with the eye sensor, there is a vibration occurring, will give rise to a manifestation of light. There's a creation of light arising because of the vibration that occurs in the eye. And that resonating or telepathizing with a similar vibration gives the manifestation of light. With the sound, the eardrum, and the vibration that occurs in the eardrum, there is a manifestation of sound in a similar manner. But when there is a sound, it is the mind that identifies it as the sound of a car horn. We don't say as we heard the sound. We say we heard the doorbell ringing. We say we heard the dog barking. We say we heard the rain falling. We say we heard the baby crying. So was that what the ear, what got manifested at the point where the ear consciousness was? At that stage, it was just mere sound. Even that too was just because the vibration occurring in the eardrum gives way to a manifestation of sound. Not that it was real, but due to the speed of vibration, a sound is only manifested. Manifested means it's not real. But with that sound consciousness taken together with other images, colors, shapes, touch, taste, and smell through happening of other happening of the vibration through other sense faculties, the mind then interprets it. Interprets that feel that arises out of those sensory perceptions and gives it a name. And these are just perceptions. So what are the perceptions? The sound is heard, but the mind takes it as the doorbell. The sound is heard, the mind takes it as the pigeon chirping. Again, a sound is heard, and the mind reads it as the dog barking. There is an image or a shape that gets discerned to the eye, again a manifestation. But the mind takes it as a tree. The mind takes it as a person walking on the road. The mind takes it as a vehicle going past your house. The same thing with the touch. A feeling of coldness occurs, and the mind takes it as the hand touching an ice bottle. And what about the smell? Again, a smell can manifest itself in the nose consciousness, in the nose faculty, and the mind interprets it as the fragrance of a flower or the smell of freshly baked bread or the bad odor of a garbage truck going by. And what about taste from the tongue sensor? Again, there is some kind of sensation, and it is the mind, some kind of taste. And it's a mind that says that's the sweetness of ice cream. Or that it's the crunchiness of an apple, or the sweet tangy taste of an apple. Or that this is the heat or the sweetness of milk tea. But there can be also the sense of temperature also emanating from that tongue sensor, but that falls into the bodily tactile sensation aspect. But what happens with all of these? Those basic sensory perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, isn't there something that gets almost converted into a story, into a label, into a name? Everything is distinct. Everything is differentiated. It's combined, even sound. So sound should be sound, then, if it's sound, then it should be, everything should be sound, but it's not like that. How did it become a car horn, the train, the noise of a train going by, the dog barking, the baby crying, the bird chirping, the lawn getting mowed next door? How did all that happen? All these are perceptions. The way things are perceived, the mind, consciousness, the way it occurs. It's not anybody's doing. It's not within anybody's control. But the way it happens is all these basic sensations are then taken and interpreted to form what we call mind objects, stimuli. And then these are then considered to exist, each one being differentiated from the other, are all individually taken to exist. This is what we call the mind consciousness and the thought. They are all nothing but perceptions. And when do we actually learn these things? Did the baby in the cot know all these things? No, they didn't. So to understand the pure truth and to understand the mechanics of the mind, the Buddha explained the 3 types of wisdom that has to emerge from within in order to understand that there is actually no self here, that this is merely a system. And to do that, to understand the thought that occurs in this very moment. And if when a thought occurs, and that means, for example, the thought of bread. Or let's take something else, which is like one's job. So the job is really valuable to you, and the job is really, either giving you stress and worry because you really want to perform so well in your job. You have your career minded. You're always trying to, see how you can excel in your work. You take a lot of pride in your work. All these type of things. So it can be a source of happiness. It can be a sense of joy to you if you do something well and you are praised by your bosses. But at the same time, it can also be a source of worry to you. But whatever it is, isn't that job, the feeling that you have such and such a job, that you hold a manager position, you work in such a company of repute, that you work there for so many years, that your colleagues and your bosses and all hold you in high esteem, that then you might even have the notion that they can't do without you, that you're almost indispensable. All these things, or if you're not, and if 1 or 2 days you don't come, or for 1 week you don't come to see, your manager's given those precious things that you thought were your task to somebody else. And they seem to be, not even feeling your presence or the lack of it. Won't you get perturbed by that too? You suddenly feel as if you are not valued anymore. You feel as if you're the other person and you blame the other person. There'll be a resentment towards that other colleague who is also now doing part of your job or was doing it temporarily. Won't you feel all that? And can you think that all these arose only because all this was so real to you? The job is real, the manager is real, the fact that you do so much of work is real, the fact that you excel in it is real, the fact that you think you're really skilled about it is real. Or even the fact that you think that maybe you're not up to it is real. Even that notion is real, because where are all these things arising? They are all arising in the thought, isn't it? But consider for a moment. We talked about perceptions not being real. This thought, this job, this concept of a job, when did this thing called job, the name, the word, get pieced together? And for that, the Buddha said you have to go back and look at the past minds, the theory of past minds, the wisdom of how past minds come together, how this past thought made itself up. And then you keep going back to your childhood days, and then you realize that this itself was a learned concept. It was a concept that was put together by a combination of these other sense faculties, sensory perceptions. Someone someday said there is such a thing called the job. The job can take on these different forms. It can be made up of various types of skills. And depending on the type of skill that is being used, then these jobs can be called by various names. It can be, performed by various people, and then some people can excel in the job, some people not so much, and so on and so forth. So everything that needs to be, everything about the so-called job, that jobs exist, there's such a thing called a job, that's the way you earn an income, and so on. All this starts in a small way. You might learn a little bit about it during your childhood, in grade 1 to 3 perhaps. Then you might know through your home background that your parents have a job, or your mother is a teacher, your father is maybe a fireman, or your father is, I don't know, a carpenter. And then you know that these are two distinct types of jobs. So then you learn more and more about it. But all these are getting acquired, isn't it, all through perceptions? Carpenter, teacher, even that. Can you see that every word, everything that has been put together is either an image put together and associated with a sound, or a taste that is then associated with sound, a smell that is associated with sound and then taken to be the fragrance of a flower, a jasmine, a rose. So just like the job, just like the smell, the jasmine, the rose, the tongue, the taste will also differ. Every facet of a taste that is being manifested will then be taken by being given different sounds. And these will then start expanding and expanding from your childhood days. In the beginning, you might know only at infancy, at some stage, there will be only something called milk. Not that you would know that it is milk, but it is milk. But then at childhood time, slowly there'll be word by word that is introduced to you and reinforced with the association of sound. And then gradually there'll be a learning of the word milk. There'll be a learning of the word bottle, water, basic things like that. Whatever that you take to school, for example, maybe an orange juice, maybe, milk, because your parents will probably be giving you milk even after dinner or after a meal. You'll know about water. So little by little, the vocabulary will gradually expand. And with the vocabulary gradually expanding, the world will expand. Every object, every person that is encountered will be shown an image. If it's an object, a touch, taste, and smell, and so on. And each one of those will be named. And this is the way the world will gradually come about. And when this world comes about, with the belief that it is real, as we mentioned earlier, with that comes the belief that all this exists, and then the person, the self experiencing it, also becomes very much real. So along with this world, the behavior, the way one reacts to it, the fact that there is an identity of a self that is also recognized as being existent, all become very much real. But with this world and the worldly objects becoming real, there is the defilements that occurs. And that is where the suffering begins, with the identification or the belief that a world is real and the value that is attached to this. So the more the value that is, the more the objects are considered to be real, there is value attached to it. And with that, there is an underlying power of a world existing, and with that the self exists. The self keeps getting magnified and magnified, which is why the self-identity becomes so strong over the years. The perception, which started off with a water bottle, the teacher, and those little elements in the classroom back in the Montessori days, the colored pencil, the crayon, the school bag, eventually became bigger things as the world starts expanding around the child. 9, 6, 7 years, it wasn't so complicated, was it? But then 7, 8 years, 9, 10 years, 10, 11 years. Gradually, the world is expanding. Now you go on trips with your parents. Now you play soccer. You go and you do gymnastics every Wednesday. You have siblings. You can, squabble at home over things. You have more and more friends in school. There could be some that you're getting on with, some that you don't like. Various things. You can get into fights. There may be subjects you like, there may be subjects you don't like. There might be homework that you don't want to do. You might have very strict parents. The domestic front may not be good in all homes. And there could be times that you are miserable. There could be times that you feel as if you are not loved. But where did all these concepts come? That the child's world becomes less and less simple and more complicated as more and more worldly objects, persons, and concepts, and what we would call norms in the mundane world also start getting added to this complex mix, all out of delusion, out of ignorance. But because this world has become real, the self is equally given power. There is a feeling of being alive, isn't it? That alive feel becomes more and more powerful. But if all these were just merely perceptions, and it was the worldly objects were all perceptions, the fact that a world exists also is a perception, isn't it? And if the world exists, the fact that I exist, there is a self or an ego here, is also a perception, isn't it? It's nothing but a perception. Because consider for a moment the job becoming real, the job being a point of anxiety. The job wouldn't be real if there was nobody here experiencing it as real, isn't it? Or feeling that it was real. The job, the stimuli, is, in other words, the self or the persona. The identification with the stimuli is this so-called self and self-view. But if the stimuli itself was a perception made up of just the combination of all these other sensory faculties, the sensory perceptions, and given a name, a construct, and it's just a fabrication of the mind, nothing else, wouldn't the I that gets created as the person, so-called person experiencing it, also be a perception and an illusion. The Buddha said that one is incapable of experiencing or ever experiencing an outside world beyond what is actually only perceived or manifested through these sense faculties. And that is where the human being is concerned. But every other animal, every other living being, species, the same thing happens. But dependent on whatever sense faculties, whatever senses they possess, which is not necessarily what human beings possess. So the world that gets manifested to such animals, such creatures, can be quite starkly different to that of human beings. And yet we go around, human beings, thinking that this world that is manifesting to our eyes, to our ears, we don't even think like that it's manifesting to the ears and eyes. We just think that there's a world that is around us, and we were born into this world on such and such a date, to such and such a family, and then I was born in 2020 or 2020. 2011 or 12 or whatever it is, depending on what your age is. Or somebody will say, I was born in the 1930s, 1940s, during the World War, and so on. Your grandparents might be saying those things. And everything has become real for them. The World War that was fought at that time, when you would hear them recounting, or back in the day, life was like this, life was very simple, but then we didn't have much to eat and drink, and then the war broke out. There was a lot of hardship, and our parents brought us up in this way, but life was still really good. Or it could be a different story altogether. But can you see everything that that person, your grandparent or whoever it is, recounts as their life's experience? Every one of those words that is used was learnt in some form or the other. Everything has been a perception and continues to be a perception, and a perception only, occurring in this moment. The so-called mind, there is nothing static called the mind. The mind is a constant flow of thoughts, stimuli occurring one after the other, but what is always experienced is this one moment occurring in this moment. This one thought occurring in this very moment that's all there is to it. But in that thought, there will be a stimuli. And if that stimuli, the object, whether it is the mother, the father, the job, the manager, the work that was given to you next to the other colleague, and the fear that is arising due to the fact that you're thinking that you're going to lose your job, the insecurity that that job would bring, the happiness that that job would bring, all these things are arising only in that moment's thought. So if there is a job, if the thought arises about the job immediately, in that thought, all the things that we just spoke of will telepathize in that very moment. They may have occurred, you may think, in different points in time. I mean, there would be some point in time where the job would be of great source of happiness for you. Maybe at the time you started, everything was tickety-boo for quite a few months or years. You were the best thing that happened to the team. The manager is so happy when you finish a piece of work, because it's such a good job, and then she gets part of the good reputation as well. So that could have happened at some point. And then in another perception, there would be where things are not going that well. But in this very thought, because one can experience only one thought at a time, all those past perceptions will telepathize when one says or utters the word job, every past perception, every perception that has occurred will telepathize in this moment, and everything, whether it is a negative or a positive connotation, will all arise in this moment. So there is this mixed bag of emotions that is felt in this moment when the thought arises, job. But ultimately, how did that even happen? Ultimately, if one sees through the Dhamma, that when did this job become so much a point of stress, so much a source of stress, so much a source of bittersweetness? Was there even an ocean called job for the baby in the cot? When did this thing start to become so real, start to become so much a point of anxiety, worry, or happiness, or whatever it is that is being felt? But ultimately, isn't it just a perception? If the job was a thing, then at every point in time in your whole day, it should be a thing. Let's say you're watching your favorite drama on TV, and you are engrossed in it. At that time, is the job a source of worry for you? Is it giving you anxiety at that time? No, because you're engrossed in the drama and it's really fascinating. There's some adventure or some drama happening. And at least for that whatever moment, that is all that exists. So what happens there? The stimuli has changed, isn't it? Now it's no longer the job, it's the drama or whatever that's going on in it. So the mind object is whatever that is arising in this very moment, stimuli to stimuli. It is in that stimuli. So in that watching of the drama, and say it's a happy drama, there is the drama, and so the drama has now become real, and there is a person here enjoying the drama. So again, another perception, but it's the drama now. And there is an I here still perceiving or watching the drama and being happy about it. But moment the drama finishes, say after 1.5 hours or 45 minutes or whatever, if the job is something that you are really worried about, maybe after the drama is over and you get up to, you stretch your legs and you get up and now you are getting ready for bed in the night. Again, a thought arises. That job. I have to go back to the job tomorrow again, or I have to meet those dreaded people, or I don't know what the manager will say about that piece of work. And here we go again. But in each of those, and so that job became again a thing at that point, isn't it? But that too was a perception. And this is the way the mind goes about. Every moment there is only one moment, and a thought occurs in this moment, but every moment, every thought has a stimuli, and the I gets born in that stimuli. So if the stimuli is real, then the identification with the stimuli is the self and the wrong self-view. The notion that there is a self occurs through that stimuli and that stimuli only. If the stimuli doesn't become a thing, then there is no duality. The duality occurs only through ignorance. If a world or a worldly object is considered to be real, that is perceived only through the mind, nowhere else, in no other way that can it be perceived. As we say that the outside world, it's impossible for the outside world to be experienced other than what is only perceived through these senses. The projection to the outside world of what gets manifested in the senses and gets interpreted through the mind is also happening out of ignorance. The conjuring up of the mind and the thought process is an internal matter. But the projection of this, that this is what we are seeing outside, this is what we are hearing outside, this is what is being tasted from something taken from outside, this is what we are smelling from a flower that is existing outside. All that is based on ignorance and ignorance alone, which is where the Dhamma, the truth comes in. The Buddha showed that there cannot be anything discerned of a so-called outside world. There is no way we can experience it other than what is only manifested through these senses. And what is getting manifested? The manifestation also occurs due to vibration. So this is cause and effect Dhamma. So what is the cause? The cause is vibration. And the sheer speed of vibration occurring through different sense faculties gives rise to the notion of light, the notion of sound, the notion of touch, taste, and smell. It is only a manifestation, but with that feeling, the sensation that arises when that light occurrence, sound occurrence happens, that sensation, there is a scrambling in the part of the mechanics of the mind to give a signal or a symbol to it, to that sensation, to that feeling. And that is what we call perception. So the speedy occurrence of these vibrations and vibratory patterns via the sense faculties will then give the notion, the false or the illusion that there is a continuous light, there is a continuous sound, there is a continuous touch, taste, and whatever. In other words, but whereas there isn't, but it is the speed of the vibration that gives the illusion of something being there. It's just like the light bulb back in the day, if you can remember. And the bulb, if you look at it and if you think that it is always shining, it is only because of the continuous streaming of current and electricity that will give that. But actually, it's a sparking that is happening so many, whatever, times per second, which then gives us the notion that there is a continuous light. But actually, that is not the case. So, in a similar way, the perception of sound, the perception of light, all this happening at speed because of the speedy occurrence of vibration gives us the impression that light exists, that there is daylight outside, that the sun is shining. All this is then perceived as being there, existing, non-stop, continuous. Even in the perception of smell, even in the perception of taste, and so on. Even in the perception of taste. So, you're having something to eat. If you're focused on it, you'll say that, oh, I'm eating fried rice. Again, the label, fried rice, that was also a learned thing, a learned concept. There's no such thing called fried rice. That too is a perception. But if that has become real, then the person experiencing the fried rice, eating the fried rice, also becomes true in that moment, the wrong self-view. But if this is only a perception, can the mind actually eat fried rice? The mind is some internal thing. There's nothing tangible in the mind. Is there rice in the mind? Fried? is a word that is learned. Rice is a word that is learned. If you eat rice, all that is felt is the solidity of grains of rice. The solidity gets in contact with the tongue. And there is some kind of sensation, and that's it. The solidity that comes in contact with the tongue is called rice. So who put the name rice to it? That is a learned concept. Who said try to it? The salty chili paste or whatever that was put into the fried rice and mixed together with vegetables, that whole thing is combined with the sound and the image and the taste. These basic sensory perceptions are coined together, combined to form what we have given and learnt label called fried rice. But does fried rice exist inside the mind? No. The fried rice in the thought? No, nonsense. But the mind thinks it's the mind perceiving that I am eating fried rice. Can the mind eat rice? Is the mind even capable of? Mind cannot come outside. It is only a thought. So consider then, isn't everything that is experienced just a thought? So if we take that example again, now you have something and then you consider that you are having fried rice and you say that it is tasty. So in that thought, in that one moment, the thought, the stimuli is fried rice. And the more the value, the desire, the craving that is attached to the eating of the fried rice, taste, the I exists. The I very much exists. So the alive feel, the feeling of being alive, the fact that fried rice exists, and the wanting of that fried rice, the feeling that emanates out of it, is that underlying power of the vibration occurring in this moment to give the notion of I and self. But then if, for example, so you're saying, the fried rice, that's the stimuli, this is what I'm having, and so on. But if you take that plate of food and you go in front of the TV again and you're watching, for example, let's say it's a cricket match, the finals, and you are now, watching the limited over cricket match, and then you don't know what you're eating, you're so engrossed in the cricket match. So then what happened? The eating is happening, but the stimuli is where? The cricket match. So whatever the stimuli that is the focal point, the I is born. Moment the cricket match stops and it goes into ads, the attention comes back to the fried rice. So that when you say attention comes back, the thought that arises at that moment is the fried rice. Now you might think that you have been eating the fried rice all that time. But the I, the self vibration, the self view, all became real when the cricket match went into advertisements and the thought turned and that attention turned back to the stimuli occurring in that very moment, which was fried rice. So the fried rice got constructed only in that moment. And the moment the fried rice again became real, to you the I is born. So what is the tendency of the mind? The mind is just a constant stream of ever-flowing thoughts, but you can say that generally. But what actually occurs is that there is only one thought in any given moment. All that can be experienced is the thought occurring in this moment. But if one does not understand that, and if one thinks that one existed for a lifetime, for a long time, like your grandfather who was living from 1930 odd and recounts the World War II and so on and so forth, he'll say, what are you talking about? I lived for so many years. I am 70, 80 years old, and these are my experiences and so on. So the whole concept of past, present, and future is real to him. So to the extent that the stimuli and the world and the person experiencing this world, all this becomes real out of ignorance. The concept of time is also very much present. But in effect, what is actually happening is that this world, as we call it, gets constructed in this moment. If a stimuli occurring in this thought, which is also happening in this very moment, becomes real to you, is taken to be real, then this wrong self-view that there is a person experiencing it, there's a person feeling something, also becomes real. But the Buddha showed that all this is just happening only because of the speed of vibration occurring through the sense faculties. It is not something that is actually there. It is only something that is getting manifested. But because the perception is taken to be true, the sensation that is arising out of these manifestations is unfortunately taken to be true. And by taking it to be true, the power that is there in the vibration is also very much there in the stimuli, very much there in this job that has become so real to you, that has become so valuable to you in your life. You live for the job, you identify with the job. Without the job, you are not you. You don't feel as if you are you. Because you've heard so many times people who retire sometimes say, oh, I've lost the purpose in my life. I used to be that person, this person. I had a team of so many people. I used to travel so many days a week. It was a really good job. I was well respected, so on. And then suddenly they reach 60, 65 years and they retire and they don't know what they're doing now. Or they feel useless. They are restless because they've lost this whole thing, because all that has become real to them. And when you see through this true Dhamma, that this whole thing is just a mechanism, it is a process. From the point the vibration occurs, from the point the sense of faculties gives rise to sensory perceptions called light, sound, color, touch, and taste and smell. From the point then those combine to form the thought, i.e. the job. So the cause first is vibration, and then the effect is light, sound, color, light, sound, touch, taste. Then the cause becomes the light, touch, taste, sound, and so on. And the effect becomes a combination of that which we would call mother, father, teacher, school, dramas, job, and so on. And then the cause then becomes the thought, which is the job, which is the mother, which is the father. And then the effect of it is collectively all these things is what we call the world and the existent field. One gets an existent field. The feeling that these things are there. It's not a thought. There is a feeling that these things exist. And the more this is true, the more this becomes real. There is power, the attachment, the aversion, the clinging to these objects, the clinging to these stimuli occurs. And so who is clinging? Who is experiencing it? A sense of self-perception also occurs. But it is, again, the cause is the object, and the existent field is the effect, and then the cause becomes the existent field, the feeling that everything exists, and the fact that one wants it. and the yearning, the alive feel that one gets by the value and the desire that is attached to something, and the needing that becomes the alive feel and the sense of self. But all that is the perception. All this is occurring in one thought and one thought only. And by understanding this whole mechanism through and through, the power that is given to the stimuli by taking it, by understanding that actually it is not true, this is only just a manifestation, makes the underlying power of that initial vibration, which is manifesting in the form of a thought, i.e., the job, gradually starts dissipating in importance or value. The job is still a job, but the fact that it is made up in this manner, that when it is made up in this manner and it is considered to be real, then only this wrong sense of self that gets created, that part is again understood. And by realizing this mechanism, the clinging, the desire for those objects, the clinging, the desire for a job, the aversion that can arise with it if something goes wrong, starts to gradually diminish, because the way the construct is understood, that it is a construct and a construct alone. So then the outside world does not become real anymore. And it's understood that this is only a perception. The perception is then understood as only being a thought, and it is nothing but just vibration, touch, taste, color, sound coming together, that there is no substance in it. And by realizing that, so there is no outside world, and then it's only a perception. There's nothing in the perception either, there's a realization of that, and then the defilements gradually start to dissipate. And with the dissipation of the defilements, the wrong self-view gradually comes to an end. In a fraction of a second, it can be realized that these are only sensory perceptions. The self-view disappears, and with the gradual fading of the rest of the defilements, the inner awakening, inner transformation arises. So it is a magnificent Dhamma. The ultimate objective is the ceasing of suffering by taking these worldly objects to be true. And when the self-view dissipates, with the self-view dissipating, the non-vibration is only what remains. The self, wherever there is self-view, there is vibration, because we understood that the predominant cause was vibration. And when that power underlying the vibration gradually dissipates through the correct understanding, through the proper reflection, through penetrative insight, by understanding through and through the mind and the mechanics of it, the power underlying the thought is what disappears, giving rise to not vibration, but the ceasing of vibration. And the ceasing of vibration is the non-vibration, which is finally the state of full realization, the liberation of mind. So we invite our Dhamma listeners, or any listener out there who has any semblance of who is interested in understanding this pure truth, and would like to really open up and inquire more into the Dhamma, to come and listen to the Dhamma, or even join us in the Zoom discussion. If you have any semblance of doubt as to any of the aspects that are being spoken of in this sermon or any other sermons, please do join the Zoom, because we encourage you to ask questions and clarify your doubts. So keep listening, and may the Triple J bless you. And I pay my homage to Buddothpada and answer for his noble guidance and vision and direction. Thiruval Sarnai, Aran Mahansa, and Thiruval Sarnai Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. Now it is time to start Dhamma discourse from 6 to 7, 1 hour Dhamma discourse. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, Pada Namaskara Karmi Aryan Wahanse, Avasarai. When we talk about discourses of Buddothpado, now actually it has become the era of Buddothpado because most of the disciples of Buddothpado has gathered under this big tree because this is the true Dhamma. Most of them have understood this true Dhamma, so that now they have started investigating. Actually, they have started this operation in most of the centers all over the country, all over the world, because most of them are in thirst of this Dhamma. Those who have realized the value of this true Dhamma, the only true Dhamma here, so those who have understood this true Dhamma, they know the value of this. Because of that, day by day, actually gradually, most of the Buddothpado disciples are going along this path in search of this true Dhamma. Actually, finding this true Dhamma is not an easy. So all of them know that it is not an easy task. It is something little bit difficult, but once you realize that, it is no more difficult for anybody. So that means the suffering of all these problems, everything, suffering from everything, suffering from yourself. So to learn this, to practice this, there are centers around the country, around the world, and also through these Zoom discussions, discourses, more than 10,000, nearly 12,000 discourses preached by our Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse, and also English Zooms, 24-hour English Zoom, and all these practical sessions. That is the recently these practical sessions are also you all can observe via these Zooms and all. So that is another new thing started with the vision of our Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse. So each and every moment you can find this true Dhamma. Whatever the time is, it doesn't matter. First thing you need, the thing that you need is courage. You must have that courage, utmost courage you must have. If not, you won't hear this. You will not hear this. So if you have courage, that is the first thing, then you can acquire this as knowledge. That is the first thing that we have to have. If not, it is very difficult, because somebody will have to teach us this. This is something revealing by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, what Lord Buddha has preached, the same thing, just like 2600, nearly 2600 years ago. So that is really, we are really fortunate. It is really fortunate to listen all these discourses. So you can listen to these discourses, and also uh, uh, lively you can join these Metmal Vivekashrama
if not these Meheniyaramas, where the practices sessions are going on. So we must have courage. We must have that determination. Without that, we will not be acquire this. Once you understand this, this is true Dhamma, you will not stop. You will not stop investigation. Actually, this is some kind of an investigation. So you have to find, because you have to find it by yourselves, not forcing anybody. This is what as Lord Buddha said. So nobody is forcing anybody here. What you have to do is, if you are interested in, if you want to find what true Dhamma is, if you were trying to find, so that is what this true Dhamma, you can get the result uh, as soon as possible. That depends on you. It depends on you, the way you acquire this. It depends. So most of us have gone somewhere else. Especially we go for meditation centers, because those who are looking for this Dhamma, so they have that intention of collecting these uh, merits. Actually, that is what we were taught earlier. You have to collect merits if you need to go to heaven. If not, you will be in the hell. That was the idea given to us. So we were interested those days. We were really interested in going to hell, because we can find whatever we need. Going to the heaven is the best way to stop all these sufferings and all, because heaven gives everything, whatever we need. That heaven gives everything. So uh, that is what we were we were we that is what we heard earlier. So the once we listen to this, once we found this, once we found these sermons of Buddothpado, we found that this is not something what we thought of. So this is the truth. So knowing that this is the truth, everybody gathered here to find the truth. So at last, going of heaven became something, an illusion. Actually, it became a thought. So nobody is talking about now something like that now, because everybody has understood what real Dhamma is, what real truth is, the truth, finding about oneself. This is the story begins. The story begins with I myself. So those days, actually, we tried our best to find the world, not the world, actually, we tried our best to find something from outside, from the mundane world. So if something happens, we scolded outside. If something happened, we wanted to scold outside, not knowing that something is inside us. Even we didn't know that about our mind, about our thoughts. Our thoughts were with the outside always. So actually, that is what happened. So once we start studying these discourses, we try to find ourselves, not from outside, from ourselves. We try to find this truth Dhamma. That is what it says. So this practical, in the sense, this practical is the Pratipada, is the actually the foundation that lays very strong foundation. That was the very strong foundation of this everything. So there we can find I, myself, whether who am I, where am I, likewise it gives. So the most important thing is in that place. The most strengthened the place is this Pratipada, that the philosophy, where it starts with philosophy. So that is what Satyajnana, Krutyajnana. So if somebody studies this thoroughly, first of all, we have to take it as knowledge. That is what. So as knowledge, we can practice it by going to these Vivekastramas, and we can get advices from the teachers there or bhikkhunis there, those who are well trained under the guidance of Kalyana Mitrayanan Vahanse. Everything is done under the guidance of Kalyana Mitrayanan Vahanse. So he is monitoring everything. So they are, if we have any problem, we can discuss, we can solve the problem. There are very expert teachers, Mehinvansis and all. So they are giving this uh, to the society, to the world. So at last, with the Zoom, that Andolanatmak Zoom actually. So there we can speak with R.N. Mahanse, there with this spiritual teacher, our spiritual teacher. So we can discuss the problems. We can discuss the problems if are if we are unable to grasp it. Furthermore, the solution is there. Actually, he will give the final solution, because sometimes once you listen to these sermons, you may think that I have that super awareness or something like that. I have acquired everything what is needed, what is told by the by our spiritual teacher. But we don't know whether it is ignorance even. So that is what, that is the place where we need the advices of this Kalyana Mitrayanan Vahanse. There he is guiding us to the path of Nirvana, to the right path. The most important thing. Even in middle, in between, we can talk to him, because he's always there to solve the Dhamma. He is always involving in these Dhamma discussions, to give advice, what to do and what not to do. Sometimes very softly, according to the person, he gives everything, because he identifies all of them. So because of that is the most important thing, where we do not find any other teacher who can correct us to the correct path, because he is a uh, he knows what we think. So because of that, he guides us into the correct path, what to do and what not to do. He advises. So all these Zoom discussions are, they are open to anybody. You can criticize, you can ask questions, whatever the problem you can discuss. So whatever it is, you get the solution. So most important thing is that, that is the most important thing in these Zoom discussions. Very, very special. If anybody has, all over the world, if anybody has any problem, there is a solution under that. So that is the most important thing. So normally, once we once in this mundane world, once we attend these sermons and all, even discourses, even retreats, even meditation programs, sometimes we are stuck while doing meditation. So they think now this is the end. Now the nirvana is there. So actually, uh, nobody is there to give advice from that point onwards. So nobody has realized that that is only a program or a syllabus that follows. So that these programs are actually limited to the syllabus. Even if we ask questions, so that is what the syllabus says. That was their answer. So those who have these type of mm, mm, this type of experiences, they know. So sometimes we are stuck in one place and not knowing what to do. We are stuck. So we think that is the place where we have become Nibbana. But defilements are there. Only for that moment, that tranquility remains. Or peace, calm and quietness remains only up to that point. Once we stop everything, once we come home, or once we come to a place where we live, it doesn't work. The same pattern we have to start. The same pattern we have to start with. So the same pattern we have to start with, and again we have to start from the beginning. While comparing these things, so those who have followed, they thoroughly know, the difference between these things and the discourses, or uh, the discourses of this Buddothpado, they thoroughly know. That is why we say that we have we had taken those days, we had taken the wrong way. That was not the wrong way. So here, once you stepped into these Buddothpado sermons, so you really understand that this is the correct path. There is no any other path rather than this. So that is why we are trying our level best to acquire this, actually, to feel this. This is something, some kind of feeling that stop thinking about this mundane world. So it stop, it's and also this is something that you have to find it from yourself. So some kind of an operation, like, actually trying to find about yourself. So uh, uh, the true Dhamma is there. The true Dhamma is there, actually. Um, Little by little, day by day, gradually, you stops your suffering. So while practicing this Pratipada, even you come home, you can practice it. The whole uh, the whole thing becomes a practice. That is the most important thing. That is the most important thing, where you can uh, witness, actually, where you can witness this, uh, the suffering, the suffering, the suffering of all your problems. It stops. You feel that. That is why when talking about this, when we have witnessed that when talking about uh, the followers, disciples of Buddothpado, when they are talking with the spiritual teacher, the Kalyanamitan Maharaj, they always say, now my suffering is becoming less. My suffering is becoming less. So uh, that is the most important point here. So they feel it. Once they feel it, they try uh, more than that. They try to, because they get the result by themselves. So by practicing this, they get the result. So that is what they think. So this is the most important part of nirvana. Yes, the uh, path is very clear now, so we can go forward, because the Pratipada, or the practical session, it starts with that very, actually, that is really very common to everybody, those who are following these discourses. Uh, we have to study the sight, hearing, taste, smell, we have to study the sight, hearing, smell, and also touch and mind consciousness. So they are this sita, the thought, or aramuna, it is created as a thing. So you know everything is a thought. So that is what you have to really thoroughly understand here about these functions of these organs, sensory organs. Although we knew that we are having all these, we thought that when we think about I thought that I is there. I am, I am alive there. This existing feeling is there. Always we think that existing feel is under this I. That is what we think. Under hearing, the existing feeling is there. That is what we thought. Under this touch, the existing feeling, we felt it. We felt it. So even this taste, that existing feeling, aliveness is there. So that is what, that most of the thing, this is what we have to clearly clarify, clearly understand. So most of them know now. This is what we have to understand. This is what we have to have a good, thoroughly know about that. These organ sensor, these sensors, this is the thing that we have to observe thoroughly. And once you come across that, the thought, everything becomes a thought. That is where aramuna, and also the power to that, the chitta aropana balaya. When we talk about that, Aryanvansa is always talking about the radiant smile of the child, the child in the cot, the child in the cot, and also the Montessori child, and how the things are created very nicely, it is explained. So that is actually, that is the main thing. Always we have to think that you have to study about that. So you should study about that thoroughly. Once you get the knowledge on that, you understand that everything is a thought. Everything is a thought. The thought that under that, the power that is I. There is no I, my mind here. So the power is the thing that we have. That power, once you understand this, uh, that is what we call the, once we understand, in the sense, not actually we feel it, that is some kind of a feeling that, so you are refrained from all sufferings. That is a long process. Although I took into words and said, it is not something that actually that is not, that is not an easy task. It is a very long process, very long process. Sometimes some people, some followers will understand it within few days, or within few hours, maybe within a few period of time. But it takes somebody to understand for about years, months, years. It depends on the way you acquire it. So this feeling is something very very actually, that sukhaya, if we take that word sukhaya, so that is how it is explained, that sukhaya, or refrain from all sufferings. The sufferings become zero. That is what, not less, it is becoming less, least and least. At last it becomes zero. At last it becomes zero. That is what, yes. So when Aryanvansa is asking questions, he knows whether it has become zero or not. Once you stop, once you feel it, it is actually, it is difficult to put into these words and tell it. It is a kind of feel. Once you feel it, that you are free from outside and inside both. The duality breaks. That is what, the duality means inside and outside. Ajat bahit, that is what, there is no duality at all. So you become, if it is the chair, if it is the wall, you become the chair. That is what it says. So it is very difficult to explain this in words, although this is a spiritual teacher. He has taken and great he has taken a great effort actually to give this awareness to the society, because he knows how much of people are suffering. Although we think we are not suffering, we are having a good life, we are suffering because that is not permanent. Today we are happy, but tomorrow we will not be. The death of somebody will cause us to stop all this happiness. So once you acquire this, so once you understand, once you aware of this Dhamma, through Dhamma, once you understand this true Dhamma, you will feel it. You will feel that, because there will be no sufferings at all. So, actually, talking about these discourses and all these awareness programs are really useful for the suffering people like us. So here, as we have learned earlier, how Kisa Gotami, how Patachara, even Sunita Sopaka, so how they stop suffering, they are suffering, and how they have taken the path of nirvana. So because of these two Dhamma, the suffering has eradicated there. So everywhere we have Patachara, Kisagotami, Sunita Sopaka, and also here we have this Visakha uh, and all, everybody. So this is just like same as 2600 years ago. It is the same. So here we are suffering, we all are suffering a lot. So to quench that thirst of suffering, we have this valuable Dhamma here. So Dhamma has become one of the main parts, because we understand that this is the only way of eradicating this suffering. Actually, that is true. Once you follow this path, you know, there it is becoming, the sufferings has become less, least and least. So we we observe it. Actually, we aware it. So once you understand this, it is really easy to face this present world, going with this present world, the awakening to the moment. So you realize that it is easy to awaken to the moment. Awakening to the moment in the sense they are um, they are that's really interesting because that there is no sadness. So what you get, that is something you accept it. So with awareness you face you face everything, because the suffering has stopped everything. Once the suffering is stopped, only a smile comes to your mouth, because there is no one to suffer. Once you identify that only these sensory organs are working, functioning, this is just a factory. This is just only some kind of organs. Uh, so you feel really tranquil. Tranquility in the sense that is permanent. It is permanent. It doesn't fade away. It is permanent and goes forward. So that is what these two Dhamma gives us. So the calm and quietness is there. So it is really interesting actually when we talk about this era of Buddothpado. We are really fortunate. Uh, to listen to these sermons, because that when we talk about this shana sampattiya, so everything is there. So only thing is that we have to have a good faith on this. We should trust this. Once we trust this, that when we have faith on it, thinking that this is through Dhamma. So definitely it will help you to uh, to go forward your path of nirvana, because you have faith on it, you have trust on it. Uh, then it is easy for you to understand all these things. That is what this true Dhamma says. This is the truth. The era of Buddhothpado gives you the true Dhamma. So today we are really fortunate to listen to these discourses where we have nearly more than 10,000 discourses. So really fortunate because this true Dhamma has awakened. This is timeless. This is actually timeless, something that does not belong to the past. The word actually, Buddothpada, means the rising of the Buddha. Now the birth of a person, but the arising of awakening, the arising of wisdom, the arising of clear seeing. That is what. And this awakening is not lost actually. It is not hidden. It is available here and now. Everywhere it is available. So once you have this type of uh, truth, the real truth, why do we suffer? Uh, why do we feel discomfort? Why do we have these deep sufferings? We have all this anxiety, fear, and also attachment. Not only that, we have loneliness. We are looking for this security, endless security we are searching for. That is why we are afraid of death, because once somebody is died in one of your loved ones maybe, so you feel very sad because you know that there is no security hereafter, so you are afraid of this. So that is the main thing. So discomfort, even if you have comfort, there also you see that even this you think that you have everything, you are comfortable with, you are happy with everything, because you are in that comfortable zone actually. So once you know that is not permanent, even if you have money, you know once it is lost, you lose everything. So you are very uncomfortable with everything, whether you have money, whether you have comfortable life or not. both are both are actually endless fear, even attachment. All these things are suffering, not comfortable lives we live. So if we observe carefully, we see that this suffering does not come from the word alone. It is coming from misunderstanding. Really, it comes from misunderstanding, because we believe that this is me, this is mine, and this is who I am. So these are the things that in our mind. But what exactly is this I? So this is what here it says in Buddothpado, the sermons. It says you have to find I. Where am I? Who am I? So so you have to find these things. That is the main thing here. So even the body changes, the thoughts change, all these emotions are changing, even our beliefs are changing. The change, it talks about the changing patterns. And also we cling to the ideas of this permanent self. That is another thing. We think that this aliveness we feel, and also we try to cling to the ideas of this permanent self. That is where we start suffering. Everywhere it is suffering. Also we think, no, we are not suffering, we are happy, we go on trips, we live happily, we have formed our family, children, everything we have around. So even these ideas brings suffering. And because this clinging becomes the root of suffering. What we call a solid Permanent self is actually a process, a continuous flow of force and conditions. That is what. So everywhere it is so. In the same way that we call self is a combination of body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, and all these things. All these things are constantly arising and passing away. That is what happened. There is no fixed controller behind them, no permanent owner, only a process. When this is truly seen, not intellectually, but directly, something shifts, suffering, weakness. That is what it weakness, because there is no longer something solid to defend. So once you try to understand all these things, you will be able to understand that there is no I, me, mine. So there is only some the senses are functioning there. There is nobody to protect here, although we try to protect I, my mind, and everything. So that is the awareness, awakening to the moment. Once you realize that there is nobody here, that is what there you will become actually once you understand this true Dhamma, you are free from everything. The freedom of mind, you will get that freedom of mind. So that is the ultimate truth. Once you get this freedom of mind, you will feel that you have stopped all sufferings. So that is what at last we can acquire. That is what we can at last we can find. We feel, that is the feel actually we get by stopping all these sufferings, the vibration as it calls. So uh, when everything uh, when everything is understood, you feel that uh, the internal transformation within you, inside you, that is not actually tranquility, that is noble silence. That noble silence comes, although everything around you uh, make everything a problem, you will not respond it. That is what. So you will not respond it. You know that how to react everything. So everything will be the same as usual, but the way you react to it is different, in a different way, rather than better than the way you reacted it in earlier. That is what. So this is really interesting. And this is really interesting because this is true Dhamma. So once you start experiencing this, you will see how beautiful this Dhamma is. It is really, really beautiful. And once you start observing it, you will say actually, this is the best thing that you can acquire once in your life. So I think we have run out of the time now. And so I want to wish, as usual, I want to wish you mm, in this way, may the flame of wisdom illuminate your lives, our lives. May you have, may everybody has the courage to look deeply. May may you have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment. May all beings be free from suffering. Father Namaskar Karami Aryan Mahansa. Teruvan Saranai, all our Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai.
Good evening, everybody. All Dhamma friends, let's continue our Dhamma discourses. So, first of all, I have to say we are very fortunate to be alive at a time when the Buddha's words can still be heard. Buddha didn't teach for ritual, tradition, or any blind beliefs. He taught for one purpose: to end suffering, to end the rebirth, to realize the ultimate truth. We all, especially all mundane world people, live oscillating between happiness and sadness. Sometimes we feel joyful, we are joyful. Sometimes we are broken. Sometimes peaceful, sometimes restless. But the Buddha asked a deeper question: why does suffering arise at all? Today's discourse is about seeing this illusion that creates the suffering and learning the direct path to freedom of mind. What is the true Dhamma? The Buddha's Dhamma is not about improving or continuing this samsara. It's about ending this samsara. We were always taught that the world we experience is not the real world. It is a world created by thought. What we call me, my body, my problem, my future, etc., are all mental constructions. According to this Dhamma, there is no permanent self. There is no permanent outside world. It's just there is only a flow of forces and conditions. This is called the Paticca Samuppada, or the dependent origination. Because of our ignorance, mental formations arise like it's real. Because of these formations, our mind consciousness arises. This mind consciousness is created or consisted with names and forms or thoughts. Because of our six senses, this contact that body feels arise. These feelings because or because of feelings, our craving arises. If the cravings are good, we start to cling, so the clinging arises. This clinginess becoming arises. Because of the becoming, birth arises. Because of birth, this samsara continues. Old age, sorrow, lamentation, death repeatedly. Life after life, this samsara continues. So the suffering doesn't start at death. Suffering starts at a single thought. Let's read about the illusion of the outside world. We believe I see a tree, I hear a sound, I feel pain. But what is actually happening? Actually, this sound plus an image or color creates thought, and several thoughts become the consciousness, the mind consciousness. Thoughts create the mind consciousness. The eye does not see the tree. The ear does not hear the person. They only receive colors, vibrations, sensations. If we take all together, they are just a type of vibration. The mind then labels, this is a tree, this is my enemy, this is my mother, this is my child, this is my book, this is my bottle, likewise. This labeling creates the world. This labeling makes us believe that there is an outside world. So the Buddha said, in the seen, there's only seen. In the heard, there's only the heard, only the hearing. In the sense, there's only sensing or feeling. In the knowing, there is only the knowing. When we add, this is my tree, this is my pain, this is happening to me, suffering is born. So we'll see, where does this birth really happen? Normally, we think birth is when a baby is born, when a child is born. But according to Buddha, there is a deeper meaning. In this Dhamma, there is a deeper teaching. Birth happens every moment, each time one of your senses work, each time a sight arises, a sound arises, a thought arises. This I-ness, this me, myself, is born. Each moment you are born, you suffer, you die, you are reborn again. This is why samsara is endless. But the Buddha said, when a thought ceases, birth ceases. When the birth ceases, suffering ceases. That suffering, when the suffering ceases, it ends the samsara. This is the Nibbana. It's not a place, not heaven or any state, not annihilation. The cessation of the illusion of self, of me, myself, that vibration of self, like a flame going out in oil lamp. Where does the flame go? It doesn't go anywhere. It just simply ceases because causes end. Even though we get the knowledge somehow, we still need to practice this practical part. We need to try it, try to understand it, try to see through, penetrate through the thought ourselves. Otherwise, we will never reach it. We will never see through it. This teaching is deep, but it is practical. The book emphasizes direct observation. Whenever a thought arises, see, this is only a thought. See, this is only a perception. See, this is not me. See, this doesn't belong to me. Let it dissolve. By seeing in here means not using thought, because most people are used to, or they are trying to do it again using another thought. That's not how it works. You have to stop using thoughts. You just have to learn how to see through it without using that thought. For example, you see a person who insults you. Immediately anger rises. Instead of following the story, like instead of thinking things like they disrespected me, I am hurt, I must react. Try to see through it. Try to see through that thought. You you can see there is seeing happening. There is a hearing happening. Then you feel anger. Anger is a sensation. This is a thought itself. This is not self. When seen clearly, the thought collapses. It might be hard at first, but once you slowly practice it, you will start to see through it. When the thought collapses, suffering collapses. This is because suffering collapses. Seeing arising and passing away. Udayavaya. You are not suppressing thoughts. You are seeing through them. With the help of knowledge, you will start to see the truth. You will start to understand this world is a construction of mind. Whenever a thought arises, you should observe it. You should penetrate through that thought. Once you start to see, you will realize this illusion no longer controls me. At this stage, slowly the craving weakens, hatred weakens, delusion weakens, fear of death weakens, peace becomes natural. Nibbana, it's described as shunyata, which means emptiness, animitta. There's no sign, and apanitta, there's no craving, not nothingness in a nihilistic way, but freedom from illusion. No inside, no outside, no me, no you, only emptiness, only peace, only calmness. This is the Buddha state. This is the awakening. We suffer because we believe that outside is real. We believe that mind or inside is also real. Or we think there is this person, there is me, this I-ness who experience that real outside world. If these two beliefs fall, suffering has nowhere to stand. We all feel, I am sitting, there is a wall, there is a person, there is a sound. But let's look very simply. When you see a book, what really comes to you? Only color comes to the eye. Only light comes to the eye. Light doesn't come from outside. That's also built in your eye itself. With the rapid vibration in your eye, you feel this light created, and you feel there is light. You feel there is a light existing, this outside world. But actually, what happens is it just built, it is created from your eye itself. Your mind says, this is a book. The book is not coming to you. You just only see a color. But the memory comes. The name book comes. You just see a color. The name book was told to you as a child. When color appears, the memory of the name appears inside your mind. That joining of this color and the sound is called a thought. Thought is another vibration. Color is a vibration. Sound is a vibration. And when they these two were combined, it creates another vibration called a thought. So what people think is outside is actually inside, data appearing or a thought occurring, your mind working. And you just saw a color, but there was a lot going on. When you see that color, a sound that related to that shape came. Now you don't see a color, now you see a book, a chair, which are thoughts. For example, if you say pineapple, a picture appears in your mind. But a foreigner who doesn't know that word does not see that picture. Let's say they hear pineapple, they hear that sound, that vibration, but they never learn, they never combined that sound with any color or shape before. So they don't get that picture in their mind. So where is the pineapple? In the sound plus memory. This means the world is not coming from outside. The world is being created in experiences, whether they are colors or sound or taste sense or smell or feel, touch sense. The Buddha said, in the sea there is only sea, in the herd there is only the herd. But because of our ignorance, we added, this is a person, this is my enemy, this is my house. Not just that also, we also added, I like it, I hate it, I don't want it. Likewise, that adding is the illusion. So the outside world we believe in is not truly outside. It is an appearance created by perception. Outside is not solid truth. Outside is a display of experiences from our sense faculties, from our five sense faculties. The inside is also not true. Even if the outside is not true, we still feel, okay, but my mind is real. My thoughts are real. I'm thinking even right now. And my pain is real. My happiness is real. All my feelings are real. Well, let's look carefully. Right now, one thought appears, and the next moment it disappears, and another thought appears, then disappears. Well, where did the last thought go? Where did this thought come from? You cannot find a place where thoughts are stored, a place where thoughts go. a permanent thinker. Thoughts arises and vanishes like a bubbles. So what is the mind? Mind is just a momentary appearance, not a solid thing, not a person, not a self. We cannot give it a place where it is. We cannot see it. It just appear, a momentarily appear, and then it vanish. When anger comes, it feels like I am angry. But if you wait quietly, anger disappears. So where is the I inside the anger? There was just anger appearing and anger disappearing, but no solid owner of that anger. Just your mind sensor work like other sensors, like how your eye show images, like how your ear makes sounds. Your mind made a thought, made a feeling, gave you anger, and it disappears. But there is no solid owner for that as well. So the outside is not real, as well as the inside is not real. Both are appearances of our sense faculties. If the outside is false and the inside is also false, then where is this me, this I-ness, this myself? Where is my problem? Where is my suffering? Suffering needs two sides, me here and world there. But when we experience it, when we are living in that, we cannot tell them apart. It comes together. So the world or the, the thing that is outside is the me itself. When both sides collapse, suffering also collapses. How suffering is created. Let's see it in a simple way. When I believe this outside thing is real, this inside me is real, then I like, I dislike, I fear, I worry, I cling, I love, I resist. But if I see this outside is just appearance, this inside is also just appearance, then there is nothing solid to cling to. There is nothing solid to fight with, nothing solid to protect. It's like watching a movie. You may cry in the movie, but when the lights come on, you know nothing was actually happening to you. Life is the same. We suffer because we believe the movie is real. Dhamma is simply knowing it is a movie. You don't need to complicated meditation today. You don't have to meditate like as in the concentration meditation to attain this nibbana. You just have to penetrate through the thought. Just remember this one sentence. This is only an appearances. When you see, it is only appearance. When you hear, it is also a sound wave, a vibration of fear. It's only appearance. When anger comes, it is also appearance. It's an appearance of your mind sensor. So as the sadness, joyness. You don't fight it. You don't follow it. You see through it. It arises and passes away. You just don't have to fight it. Like how it was came, like how it was arise, it will pass away. You don't have to fight it. It will fade away like how it was arise. Outside, not true. Inside, not true. Clinging becomes vain. Once you realized, once you confirmed it to yourself, not just believe, blindly believe, but when you confirm, when you see it yourself and confirm, this clingingness, this careless we call, becomes weak. This is already working in Dhamma. When both are seen clearly, you will realize there is no one to suffer, nothing to suffer from, just peaceful knowing. There's no one to suffer. It's just your sense of faculties are working. Your eye catching images or colors that also arises and passing up. So as your mind, it gets thoughts, it builds thought, they arises and passing away. Those feelings, those sadness, anger arises and passes away. This is the taste of Nibbana, not as a place, but as freedom from believing the illusion, freedom from the mind, the suffering. In modern science, they are slowly realizing something shocking, that we do not experience the world directly. We experience a model of the world created by our senses. Neuroscience says, I don't see objects, they just receive colors. They just make perceive colors. Ear don't hear things. They perceive vibrations, sound vibrations. And the mind construct a world from signals or thoughts. So the outside world we believe in is actually not directly outside. It's a constructed experience from our senses, which are our eye, nose, mouth, ear, and our skin. Now here's the part of science is still struggling with. Modern science still assumes, okay, the world is constructed, but the mind that constructs it is real. The Buddha went one step further. Buddha said the mind itself is also constructed. Thoughts are also constructed, or appearances. The observer is also part of that illusion. The observer is also constructed. Because the mind that constructs that world or thoughts got that data from the five senses. Again, without those senses, there is no thoughts. Without no thoughts, there is no mind. So the world, outside world, we think, we see that itself is also a lie. The mind is also a made up, a constructed one. This is exactly what it says. The outside world is not true. The inside mind is not true. Both arises together as a single illusion. When one collapses, the other collapses. Freedom happens when both are seen as false. So, so the reality is not outside. Reality is not inside. What we call reality is a momentary construction of our senses, our sense faculties. Suffering happens because we mistake this construction for truth. We believe this both outside and the inside is real. Long before science, Buddha has already said what we call world is only appearance in experience. What we call mind is also only appearance. They both are seen as not real. When both are seen as not real, this clinginess also collapses. When this clinginess collapses, suffering collapses. You can praise it in your the way this scientist did, the brain constructs reality. But the Buddha said it 2600 years ago. There is no real outside world and there is no inside world, inside self. Both arises together as an illusion. We cannot separate there is outside and inside. Because when it's come to actual, the practical way, both of them are just one. If there is the outside real thing, that is the me itself. Still, the science has only discovered the half of Buddha's insight. Now they say the world you see is constructed, but they are left. Buddha already said the world is constructed, and the constructor is also constructed. That's the mic drop moment of our Buddha's teaching. When you realize yourself that outside is not real and the inside is also not real, what remains is freedom from your mind, from your illusion. Mind itself is the illusion. Believing this outside and inside is the illusion. When light and eyes create light, and the mind identify or label it as an object, give it a name. And that eye, that color generated in your eye, we start to think it is outside. But that's the ignorance. No, it is an appearance in experiences. It goes same with the mind sense as well. When a mind sensor creates a thought, or a thought appears in the mind sensor, people think this is me. But the thought itself didn't tell you are the one who's thinking. It's just an occurrence, a thought. There was no owner for that. So there is no a thinker in that. The thinker is also an appearance. When something outside hurts you, something inside or you react. This is how the usual mundane world, mundane people spend their life. But both sides are illusions supporting each other. If you can break one side of that illusion, the whole suffering structure starting to collapse. We cannot find it from science because science is still half away. Science is still discovering that the world is a construction of perception. But the Buddha already knew that both the world and the perceiver, or me, myself, are constructions. Also, those scientists still think the brain is the one who does this thinking. Neuroscience says the brain builds a model of reality from signals. We never touch the world itself, only our internal simulation of it. But the Buddha already said what we take as world is only appearance in experience. What we take as mind is also appearance. Actually, we live inside a built-up mental simulation, an illusion, and our ignorance make us mistaken it for reality. The observer, the eyes is also part of that fake simulation. Still, the modern science believes there is a real observer watching the simulation. But the research in the consciousness is hitting a wall. No one can find a solid observer in the brain. No one can find the mind itself in the brain or any place. But Buddha already said there is no real seer behind seeing, no real hearer behind hearing. Only seeing happening, only hearing happening. When science questions the world, the Buddha questions the one who experiences the world. There is no stable me in this system. There is no fixed self in the brain. There is no fixed self in the mind, just only processes. Buddha already said, what you call me is just sensations, perceptions, reactions, appearing and disappearing. The self itself is also not a thing, a permanent thing. It is also a process that comes and goes. It is a vibration. You don't meet objects, you meet perceptions formed by conditioning. We don't see things as they are. We see things as memory allows us to see them. Healing arises, craving arises, and suffering arises. Not because the world is painful, but because the clinginess is added. Pain is a signal, suffering is interpretation. We add on top of it. We think, I feel the pain. But if you remove the I, there's just an occurrence, a signal, a feel. There is no one who's below that, who's doing that, who owns that. When the system stops labeling, suffering itself stops. In the seeing, only the seeing. In the hearing, only the hearing. No adding good, bad, mine, me, myself, I-ness. Suffering begins when we add those labels, whether it's good, bad, it's mine, or his, hers. So the mind arises and passes away every moment. There's no owner for that. There's no permanent experiencer behind it. Even though life feels continuous, That's an illusion built from this system. It's not the truth. It is actually flickering moment by moment. You cannot get freedom from your mind unless you understand and see through this thought, this illusion. There is no world without mind, and no mind without our senses. They just rise and fall. We'll end our discourse. We'll end our discourse, Buddothpada. Then on everybody.
Good morning, Dhamma friends. Theruwan Saranai. Let us begin by paying homage with deep gratitude to our noble friend and Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Having transcended personhood, he guides others directly to see the Dhamma within themselves, enabling an inner transformation that leads beyond the notion of self. Through this rare guidance, we are invited not to believe but to observe and realize the truth through our own experience. For more than 5 years, he has tirelessly served by expounding over 12,000 sermons for the welfare of those seeking liberation. We offer our heartfelt appreciation for this compassionate effort to illuminate the path shown by the Buddha. May he be blessed with a long life and good health, Ayubho and Theruwan Saranai. So we've been talking about different aspects of this absolute truth, this ultimate truth one can experience, how our day-to-day experience and the belief and the assumption that this world exists and there's a self with respect to it has created our experience and has shaped our experience and has given rise to the suffering. And if we think about it this way, there are so many billions of people, 7 billion people in this world. But your world, the center of your world, universe, is you. There are many more powerful people in the world. There's the President of the United States, the President of Russia, President of China, and then there's great scientists, great artists. Yet, when it comes to your world, You're the center of that universe. Nobody comes more important than yourself. Any important person can come in contact with you. Even if you take a picture with them and share it on your social media, the idea is this kind of powerful people are associated by me, not to show that that person is a powerful person, important person, but to show that these kind of important people I associate, to show that I am more powerful, I am more significant than the most powerful people on earth. How is this? And the next person thinks the same way. Next door person, your neighbor, your classmate, your colleague, your co-worker. Everyone thinks the same way. In their world, they're the center of the universe. How is this possible? Unless the only way that this is possible is what we are thinking of as ourselves is not non-existent. It's not real. There's no other way for all of us. Each and every individual in this world can be the center of their universe by believing something that's false, isn't it? Can you see it within yourself how over the years that notion, that self-identifying view that was taken early on has shaped you to think of this so-called self as the god of this, god of your world. However way in which we think, that is there. That assumption is there, that there's a self. That self is not just a self. That self is superior to everyone. That's why even when today we see a lot of people, they say that we have found the path finally, what we were looking for a lifetime. This is especially people who are exposed to this Dhamma at an early age, who has an idea as to what nirvana is. What we talk about here, they're at a very young age exposed to this. They will say, I was looking for this from a very young age. I finally found it. And you finally found your noble friend, but when the noble friend points out where your ego lies, you don't want to accept it. You will argue with him. You will try to defend yourself. Why? Because you think you know better. Even when you found the path, and it's, for the most part, even if the realization is not 100%, a certain aspect of this Dhamma is self-evident. That's why somebody is following the path. If as you follow the path, if nothing is self-evident, that person would leave the path. But as it becomes self-evident, these things, these facts of Dhamma, when it become your own truth, it's self-evident that this noble friend, there are those are the signs that this noble friend is real. He's expounding the real Dhamma. Even then, the mind, the so-called self, doesn't want to accept and take the advice, which is okay, which is how it should exactly be. You should not accept anything for just because somebody else says so. It has to be your self-evident truth, which is the path. But it takes a while to see the truth because the ego is more. The ego doesn't want to listen to anybody. Ego doesn't want to take a step back and try to see, is this the truth? Am I not seeing something here? What's my blind spot here? So that is the nature of the ego. But to be able to know that nature of the ego, that about the nature of the ego itself sheds light on, itself becomes a reason for the truth to appear in necessary moments when you're blinded by the flashy nature of this world and you're blinded and you cannot think otherwise. All you can think is, oh, this world is real, this person is hurting me, why is he doing that, why is she doing that? But if you saw the truth in that moment, if the truth appeared, even though we say you saw the truth, but nobody's actually seeing the truth, it's also part of the process. You coming face to face with Dhamma, listening to Dhamma, that's all part of the process in which this life unravels. So, but for you, the self is there. So to have this conversation, we have to have the conversation in a way that it makes sense to you. So even when you're face to face with this Dhamma, in a situation, truth takes time. The appearance of the truth takes time because the system has been working for years and years, assuming that this flashy world is real. To see it as the mental construct that it is not an easy task. You listen to this Dhamma, you go home, you forget all about Dhamma. And you continue with the day. Again, you come back to this, listen to this Dhamma, go home, you continue with your day. This goes on for a while, probably a couple of months. Probably only a couple of months if you're lucky. For some people, it might take few months before they realize, oh, I just listen to it. I don't even practice it. I don't even try to see my thoughts in the way that's discussed in the sermons. Then that message kind of initiates the effort to watch thoughts. Even in that case, initially it'll be one thought for the entire day, that as in the truth will appear during only one thought. But you still continue to make efforts, you still continue to listen to these sermons, and there comes a day. If you can at least see only one thought a day, that's good enough. That's a good start. That's better than not doing anything at all. So this is one good advice we got earlier on from Buddothpado R and Vahanse. He said, if you don't remember, just make it a point to at least, watch your thoughts at least couple of times, couple of thoughts a day, and slowly increase it to few thoughts a day, to having a dedicated slot of time to watching your mind, maybe half an hour, maybe 20 minutes, and then with time increase that time, so eventually it extends to your whole day. So if you can start from somewhere and start observing your thoughts, you will see how pointless most of our thoughts are. What the thoughts that are required, by required I mean the functional thoughts. For you to go to work, get up, get ready, go to work, do whatever is required to do at the office, to write a report, to think about what content to include, how to think about how to format it, to think about creating a to-do list and planning your day. Those thoughts are functional thoughts. Those are required. They serve a purpose. But in between all that happens, there are thoughts. I don't know what I'm doing in my marriage. I'm not happy. My wife doesn't love me the way she used to, and she's creating chaos at home. My kids don't listen to me, or in the traffic, something that happened, somebody, cut across or something, and then you're upset about that, and some coworker said, you're worried about that, you're worried about your position at work, you didn't still get the promotion that you were expecting. Maybe your husband is sick, going through some chronic disease. Maybe your mother is sick. So all these thoughts, just because we thought about them, just because we think about them, they're not going to make any difference while we are attending to our day-to-day essential work. It adds to more suffering. Okay, let's say you think about you've been taking care of your mother, she's been sick, and none of the medicines are working. You're thinking about a solution. That's fine. But you think about how she took care of you when you were a child, what a loving mother she was, or how abusive she was. And if you're indulging in self-pity or self-satisfaction or whatever it is, those don't serve anybody. But we cannot eliminate those thoughts and just have the thoughts that serve a purpose, because they're created the same way. It's like, when you want to have a pool in your house, you like to swim whenever you want to, you like to have that clean water that's not kind of contaminated by all the ways in which a public pool could, and you like to have that privacy. But it comes with a bunch of other things that you don't like. You have to hire someone to clean the pool once a week, make sure the pH is balanced, and if there are if it's like a If temperatures drop, you have to make sure that the plumbing is not affected by the freezing temperatures. So if you have to make sure that the water is above a certain level. So the perks of it comes with a price. You cannot say, I'll have the good stuff about this pool. I'll just swim and enjoy the pool. I don't want to do that, do the rest of it. I don't want to take care of it. I don't want to spend money on hiring someone to clean it. You cannot say that. They're both included in the same package. So just like that, these thoughts, the thoughts that gives us suffering, gives us stress, anxiety, they are also part of the same package in which the thoughts help us plan, organize things, get ahead of our careers, be nice to people. It's the same package. But if you can understand how the mind is created moment to moment in a single thought, and because that single thought is in ignorance, it's unaware that the so-called world that we have been believing in is just a mental construct. It is bound to go to suffering anytime. It is bound to go to suffering. Whatever you like about this life is about to change, because that's the nature of this world. Everything changes. We talked about how everything is whatever you see, or you hear, smell, taste, touch, and think. That is the only experience we have about this world. We do not have any way to detect any other aspect of this world. There are different animals with different senses. They can sense things that we can't. But our human experience is limited by the capabilities of our sense faculties. So when we say, oh, that's a beautiful garden, there's no beautiful garden outside. There's some visual. We are used to calling these visuals gardens. Depending on how someone's mind is developed, one would say this is a beautiful garden, one would say this is an ugly garden. That comes from the observer. To call it a garden, to call it a beautiful garden or an ugly garden, to call yourself, to call yourself the name you've been called. You didn't name yourself. Your parents did. Let's say your name is David. Your parents named you. When you were born, you had no idea what your name was. And when you were born, due to some mistake, that there's like some sort of identification system at the hospital for newborns. Sometimes they put a tag in the hand or whatever it is, because most of the babies, they look alike. It's very difficult when it's a newborn. It's difficult to say whose baby this is or which baby this is. The name will be on a tag. like a bracelet in the hand of a baby. Let's say somebody switched this. We've heard stories, we've seen movies of stories where in the hospital they're switched. And the parents named you David, you're David. And now you're switched to a different baby by mistake, let's say. Now your parents, your biological parents, they took home a different baby and called that baby David. Sorry, let's say that baby, that baby is now David. Now the real David got switched to another family, and they started calling him Paul. Now, who's David now? Who's Paul now? So has now, because the initial David has now is shifted to Paul, is he living a lie? What's going on in here? If we put aside our stories, are we the name that we are given? We know certain people, if due to various reasons, they change their names at later stages in their life, not because they are switched at birth, but sometimes they want to give up their past. Sometimes they've done so many things in the past, they just want to hide. It could be a criminal, it could be a person who's trying to move on by forgetting the past. So now, if someone who was born as David, now because he wants to forget his past, now he's changed his name intentionally to Paul. Now, is this person David or Paul? People who knew him will call him David, and he'll be like, no, I'm not David, I'm Paul. Call me Paul. And people who were introduced, whom he is introduced after this switch happened, they have no idea that this was a David. They think this is Paul. He used to be, somebody would say, you don't know him. This Paul, he used to be David. He changed his name. Really, I had no idea. I've known him for 5 years. I've always known him as Paul. So, just, initially he was David, now he's Paul. His voice didn't change. The thinking didn't change. His qualities didn't change. The way he speaks, the way he walks, the way he talks, the way he carries himself, the way he acts in his relationships, nothing changed, just the name. Did it change the person? When he was David, when he said I, he referred to the same person, same ideas. When the name is switched, when he's now Paul, he's still referring to himself as I. When he refers to himself as I did this, I did that, he's not thinking about a name. So, this self is not the name, is not the body. We discussed about that. If his leg is amputated, who is he? The amputated leg or the rest of the body? Now the body became a smaller image now. It's still him. you would say it's still me. My leg is amputated. Now that part of my body is no longer me. The remaining part is me. But if you're paralyzed and bedridden, the body is not you. The ability to talk is the one people refer to as the self. The ability to talk and think is the one that you refer yourself to as. You refer to as yourself. Let's say you become, you're paralyzed to the extent you can't talk. You only can think now. So the thinking is the ability now you refer to as the so-called self. But if you die, there's no thinking, and people around you will put you in a coffin and cremate you or bury you. So the ability to think, if the ability to think is the self, if I tell you, don't think about a rose, the flower rose, for a minute. We're going to do an experiment. Don't think about a rose for 1 minute. Let's try that. If you try not to think about a rose for a minute, you will see that it's not easy. It's next to impossible. The image of roses, the mental image of roses, keep appearing in your awareness. If this is my mind, a mind that belongs to the so-called self, shouldn't I be able to control it the way I want? Shouldn't it behave the way I want? Because it does not belong to me, it behaves in the way it behaves. Thinking that it's my mind is the illusion. There's nothing to call my in this whole world. Let's drill it down further. Let's penetrate further. So now if the mind is me, I can't even, that mind, that so-called my mind doesn't even behave the way in which I want it to behave. I have no control over it. It's like a cancer or something that's not required, that does whatever it does. So clearly it's not something that belongs to me. It's just something. It has its own agenda, own mechanism in which it functions. And yet I think this thinking is happening to me. So, and we talked about, if you think about the past, what you did, if you had a special important meeting yesterday, you're thinking about it right now. Whatever you did, the most important thing you did for yesterday, if we start thinking about it, it's just a thought in this moment that you're thinking about without even having to leave the chair you're sitting on. Meaning, past is gone. There's no way to grab it, hold on to it, except for accessing it in terms of a thought. There is no past. The past is a thought in this moment. And if you are to think about the most important thing that you have to do tomorrow, you're thinking about it. Maybe you have a meeting, maybe you have a doctor's appointment, maybe you have to go to your children, your son's school, your daughter's school. You're thinking about it without even leaving the chair you're sitting on. It's thought in this moment. The future hasn't arrived yet. Past, there's no way to access it. Hold on to it except for a thought. Future, there's no way to access it except for a thought. So we are always in the mind when we visit past and future. We are always in a thought. And the thoughts, let's come to the present moment and observe what's around you. The walls, the TVs, the tables, the computers. The moment it's recognized by a label, it automatically goes to the past because the label was given in the past as a child. The first time you were probably introduced to a wall was probably when you were like 3, 4, 5. The wall, in your experience, there's no wall. Whatever you see is whatever you see, the raw sensory experience. But that is different to the label that's given in the form of a sound. The wall, wall, wall. That's sound, wall. When I say wall, it reaches your eardrum and the hearing happens, wall. Whatever reaches your ear doesn't carry a wall. Neither whatever the image that is seeing that you would usually point at by saying that is a wall doesn't carry a wall. But this coming together of the image and the sound predominantly, but usually predominantly image and sound, but it also contains smell, taste, touch too. But this coming together of sound and the image is the one that creates the mind. So in this moment when you are looking at a wall, the mind quickly latches onto the past. Even though we say it like that, what's actually happening is the image, the vibration of the so-called image of the wall telepathized with the entire mental image of the wall, and now this vibration becomes that vibration of the entire mental image, the package, and you can zoom in on that mental image and gain all kinds of information about all kinds of thoughts that's been created about walls in that package right now. So past is a thought, future is a thought, what you're thinking about your surrounding, whatever you're thinking right now, any thought carries information about an object, person, situation. So that person, object, or situation that's there in that thought, it's a signpost. The thought that thinks about your mother doesn't carry a mother. It's a signpost, just like the board that says it's New York, the exit to New York, or whatever it is, doesn't contain the entire city of New York. The signpost thought of a mother or father of an expensive car doesn't carry an expensive car. And that's like a mind-blowing thing about this, how this language is created. If you can see this truth, every time there's some sort of an internal burning, uneasiness, restlessness, annoyance, anger, sadness, jealousy, hatred, desire, whatever the emotion, if you can bring the attention to this moment and kind of take inventory of the way you feel and the thoughts you have, these truths we talk about here will appear to you. Initially, you will have to kind of make an effort to think in these terms. Okay, try to contemplate what is said, what you contemplated during the sermon. In your day to day activities, try to make an effort to bring that same way in seeing the falsehood of thoughts into that moment. You have to initiate it a bit early because we are not used to deconstructing a thought. We are only used to thinking and assuming that these thoughts are real. But to look at the thoughts as non-existence, as a lie, as an illusion, that's not in our nature. So that any habit, let's say you have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, you want to join the 5 a.m. club, that habit needs to be practiced and kind of it needs to be woven into the life. Any habit, any new habit, you have to give it a little bit of an initiation effort so that it becomes part of the way you live, part of the way you, how you do things and how you talk. And let's say you're adopting, changing the way you deliver the presentation. Your boss said you're doing a little bit of too much of us and so you have to kind of pay attention to that. Now you're thinking about that. Now you're correcting yourself as you speak, as you practice for your next presentation. So something like that. So this destructuring of thoughts based on glimpses of truth that you gain here is a new practice. So you have to initially give it a little push for the system to behave in that way. With time, it becomes a practice, and if there's like an internal burning, some restlessness, it could be I'm so mad, I'm so angry, I'm furious. It could be it's annoying what he does, I don't like it. In that moment, if you take inventory as to how you feel, that burning, that restlessness, that infuriating feeling, annoyed feeling, then it will come to you that this is a thought. The way that I feel right now is probably what they talked about as that underlying power of a thought. There's a thought and there's like a feeling underlying the thought. Okay, where is this thought coming from? I am upset about something my husband or wife said. What was said is a bunch of words. What hurts is not the words, what you thought about the words. How dare this person talk to me like that after everything we've been through together, after everything I've done for her, for him? Doesn't this person have any gratitude or whatever the way in which you think, which is unique to you? Those thoughts do not belong to the sound that came when your husband or wife said whatever he or she said. The sound is a vibration that was detected through the eardrum. The meaning was being attributed by the so-called self because that's how it has practiced for years to do. Sometimes people call them trigger points, certain words, certain ways in which people say words. But if you deconstruct those trigger points, the way in which someone said something is a thought, but the real way in which someone said something is like a video that doesn't have any commentary. And the way in which you thought about it has nothing to do with that image of him or her saying that. There's a very subtle truth underlying here. If you can see, it opens the door. Unless you see, and unless you inquire, is that the truth? The sound or the image? The sound, what your husband said is a sound. How your husband said is the image. Different images moving so fast that it seemed like a video. But thoughts that arose due to this, the sound and the image, do not belong to the image or the sound. It's like this. For an example, we mix flour, water, oil, salt, and work a dough and make bread. We know the bread contains flour. We know the bread contains water. We know the bread contains oil. We know the bread contains salt. But flour, raw flour, is it the same as the bread that you baked right now? The water that's coming from the tap, is it the same thing as the bread that you baked right now? The salt that's in a container, is it the same thing as the bread you made right now? The oil that's in a bottle, is it the same thing? The oil, not the bottle, the oil. Is it the same thing as the bread that you made right now? But we know the oil is in the bread. We know the water is in the bread. We know the salt is in the bread. We know the flour is in the bread. But it's not the same thing. Flour does not belong to the bread. Yet, bread is made out of flour. Now, we cannot reverse the process and turn bread into flour, water, oil, and salt. But we can see what has happened. Similarly, thoughts are created from images, sounds, smells, tastes, and touches. But sound is not a thought, but you think with sounds when you think silently. There's a different version of sound included in the thought, which the thought is created from, made up of. So images are in the thought, just like the flour is in the bread. But bread is not flour. Thought is not the image. Smell is not the image. If you can see this about what in that fight when your husband or wife said these things that hurts you, the thoughts that you think about the husband and the situation, they do not belong to the images, sounds, images you saw and the sounds you heard. Then it loses its power. If you can see this in moment to moment, every time there's like an internal burning, how this mind is created. These thoughts loses the power it has over you with time. Let's say fighting with your spouse has become a thing. It has been going on for years. You've been married for 30 years now. You're fighting every couple of times a week or a couple of times a month or whatever it is. This has been going on for a while. Therefore, this has become a huge issue in your mind. When you think about you and your life situation, this issue with your spouse comes up in your mind. If I didn't have this issue, my life will be perfect. So, since it has been going on for a while, you've been fighting every couple of times a week or a couple of times a month, the attachment, the degree to which these thoughts have become real to you is much greater than some stranger saying something to hurt you. You will get less upset, you will get over it in a couple of days. But if your husband says something, the thought pattern is, it goes much deeper to the past, to how you met, to all the times that he hurt you. So if we are able to see that in essence there's only bunch of sounds and images, with time, every time, first time you will see this truth about the fight. Second time you will again see the truth about the fight, that it's just images and sounds creating these thoughts. Third time, fourth time, it like in this will take time because it has become so solid, like a solid problem. It has almost this mental cycle, this situation, since you have gone through it so many times. But maybe you do this, you engage in this practice for a month. Every time you fight, the truth is shown to the mind of the nature of the thoughts. The deconstructing happens every time. You will see with time, the next time he says something like that or she says something like that, it doesn't affect you much. There's a little hurt, but as you go through all these thoughts, there's certain kind of awareness that kicks in. Oh, this is just a thought that's made up of images and sound. Initially, the whole truth has to appear. As that truth becomes slowly your own truth, when you're going through a fight, initially, probably after a fight, you will remember, oh, these are bunch of thoughts that are created from images, sound, smells, taste, and touches. Not thinking another thought about the thought, but taking a moment to look around. Like, you go to a new house, somebody else's house, you don't think about anything. You just look around first to observe what this house is, how it's decorated, what kind of sofa there is, what kind of a table. You first observe without coming to conclusion. Even to come to a conclusion or judgment or decision, an opinion, you have to observe first. So similarly, initially, you have to observe. how is it possible that these are just images and sounds? As you begin to see, initially after the fight you will remember. As time goes on, right after the fight you will remember to contemplate on this thought. As time goes on, in the middle of thinking these thoughts, you will find yourself encountering the truth, coming face to face with this truth. The truth slowly appearing in that moment. And with time, right before a thought comes, he says something, a thought is in the process of kicking in to think all these things that the system is used to thinking. The truth appears in that moment, and there's no need to think that thought. That need is gone. It's dropped in that moment. And the next step is the husband will say whatever, the wife will say whatever. You're not affected. It doesn't create all these emotions and thoughts and emotions anymore. That is the path. That is, if you practice this, that is where it's taking you, cessation of suffering. If we talk about this in Buddhist terms, it will be very confusing, because even these steps, even in the way how this awareness sinks in, there are terms for them. There's vocabulary around this terminology. It's not required for you to understand this. If you understand in plain English what's happening and how to navigate that, how to ensure that truth becomes your second nature, not the illusion. If you understand, if you try to do this investigation within you, you don't need terminology. It will probably add to your confusion. So we try to keep that terminology at a minimum state. But if someone is interested, we can talk about this. We can talk about dependent origination, a Noble Eightfold Path, and 5 skandhas, 5 aggregates. There's like different systems in which Buddha explained the same thing. We say 84,000 Dhamma skandhas, 84,000 different systems in which this mind is created, is explained. So precise. So precise. What to do, what's happening. And when you practice what's going to happen to your mind, how it behaves, different stages, everything is comprehensively explained. But Buddha expounded these discourses to monks, to people who've been searching for this truth for years and years and years. Also, 7-year-olds with a simple statement, they just realized what it is. So we do not, there could be a situation, if somebody had studied Buddhist discourses for long, it's difficult for them to explain it simply because their mind wants to know all these things that he or she has thought about before. Now, what happens to them? What is that then? What is Noble Eightfold Path? What is 3 characteristics, he or she cannot settle now because there's so much information that he has acquired. Now he needs to know. He cannot settle. He needs to know the meanings, how those concepts relate to what we talk about here. But if one has no background in Buddhism whatsoever, that mind is more free. That mind can absorb and understand and realize this easier, because this is not a belief. This is not a religion. This is how our minds work. So I think with that we can conclude for the day. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining in today. And Teruvan Saranai Aran Mahansa, Teruvan Saranai, everyone. We'll meet again tomorrow.
Then you move another stage forward. Then you try to find you will understand there is no such a thing called mind either. Then what happens? Then you will tend to realize that yourself is also creation of your own mind. So if the mind is not permanent, yourself is not permanent as well. So that proves you that there is no self when you do this research within you. So the magic is, the beauty is about this Dhamma is, at the beginning of the research, you feel that you are living. But when you come to the latter part of the research, you tend to feel, I am not here anymore. So it is a very, very beautiful Dhamma. This is the number that this is the truth you have never heard before. Buddha, 2500 years back, Buddha revealed that to the world. Unfortunately, with time, it covered with sand of another concepts like beliefs, myths, and all these things, rituals, and certain people started doing rituals, saying that they are Buddhists. They started after 500 years of death of Buddha. They started to worship a figure like thing, saying that this is Buddha. So they started to build statues of Buddha. But what Buddha said is not the thing that you do externally. Let Buddha dwells within you. If you are able to see the state of Buddha through you only, you will really worship Buddha. Otherwise, whatever you consider it as a Buddha, maybe a statue, maybe a tree or something, so it does not represent the actual state of Buddha. It is okay. In the absence of the pure truth, the people tend to do such things. That is the nature. That is all right. But with the Buddothpada sermons, after 2500 years, now the truth has again emerged. Now you can hear the truth, the exact truth that has been preached by Lord Buddha 2500 years back. So some might question, how do you say this is whether Buddothpada sermons reveal the pure truth? You just come and have a look. So you do not give up the things that you usually do. That means you do not have to become a Buddhist even. So you just explore this Buddothpada sermons, staying within your own religion. It doesn't matter. So if you are a Hindu, just come and have a look. Just listen to this Dhamma and pay attention to what it says. Right? Either you are a Catholic, either you are a Roman Catholic, either you are a Buddhist or Islam follower. It's up to you. Just pay attention to what Buddothpada sermons say, and try to figure it out slowly at your own pace. So we can guarantee you can. It is self-convincing. So you will realize that there is no truth beyond that. So it is self-convincing that this is the pure truth. Without looking at it or without listening, you can't say whether Buddothpada sermons reveals the truth or not. If it doesn't fit for you, just give it up, leave it alone. So nothing has lost. Your religion will be same, your family will be with you, and your career and all the belongings, vehicles. We don't ask you to leave anything. If you are a butcher, that's all right. If you are a thief or burglar, that's all right. Just if you are a prisoner, that's all right. Just pay attention to what these Buddothpada sermons say. Then you will tend to feel, yes, there will be not kind of a other truth than this. So then it will be self-convincing to you. This is the exact truth that had been preached by Lord Buddha 2000 years back. That's why these sermons are named as such. Buddothpada means birth of the Buddha again, rebirth of the Buddha. Actually, this is not a person who has born now, because the state of Buddha has again emerged. It is self-convincing. You also can attain to the same stage if you realize this Dhamma fully. People tend to think after the death they will go to Nibbana or something. Here we don't say so. Through the Buddothpada sermons teach us how to attain the state of Nibbana within your current state at this moment. That is the uniqueness of these sermons. So please keep on listening. You might not take it all of a sudden. Even though you don't understand at once, just pay attention what these sermons say. That's all right. So there's no hurry. Take your own time. No need to hurry. Just listen, and someday you will see this is the pure truth. Until then, don't believe. So same thing has been preached, said by Lord Buddha at that in those days. Even if teacher says, don't believe. If your mother and father says, don't believe. If that particular king said, don't believe. If a Buddha said, don't believe. Unless you realize this thing, until you realize this thing as the pure truth, don't believe these sermons even. Don't believe. This is not a thing to be believed. It is not a faith. This is not a religion. Buddhism is not a religion. It is truth. Truth should be only one thing. There won't be any two kind of truth in this universe. Truth should be the ultimate one. And the beauty of this is it is self-evident. It is not a belief. It is not a faith. So, if you move forward, how you can move forward? So, a starting point is the way learn, just learn these things. Learn how this world gets created. But when you were born as a newborn, you didn't know anything. Your mind was so radiant. There were no any kind of things in that. What happens next? As soon as he opens his eyes, what will happen? Certain images will fall into his eyes. Then certain sounds he will hear. So those things combine each other. So they will create some worldly objects, worldly entities for him or her, that little baby. By that, he starts to recognize his mother. He doesn't know the name. He just feels like some kind of a figure is there. So it feeds when I'm hungry. He doesn't know that he's hungry as well. What happens is some kind of burning sensation comes. The response comes out as a cry. Then that response is recognized by that reaction is recognized by your mother, and she thinks, now baby has to be fed. Then she feeds the baby. Then what happens? The burning pain will be gone. With that, the baby's burning pain will be gone. Then what happens? The cry will stop. Did this small baby, neonate, know because I'm hungry, I should cry? No, he didn't know. It happened automatically. Did he know to suck the breast when the nipple comes closer to him? No, it happened automatically. As an involuntary action. So think, does he inhale and exhale voluntarily? No, it automatically happens. Likewise, some kind of a machine is functioning within his body. He doesn't know anything, but it keeps on functioning. But he doesn't know that he is a living creature yet. He doesn't know whether he has born or not. He only responds to whatever the stimuli that are captured from his senses. The senses are not yet matured yet even. So their reaction will be very slow and very limited. So what will happen when they grow up? These perceptions collectively makes a world for him, one by one. So in his world, then his father comes to his world, then mother and brothers and sisters and the toys. Then what happens? When the kindergarten time, he will learn the colors. So those are fed externally. So how these inputs are taken into the small child? Through the senses. Through the senses he tries to recognize the world. He tries to recognize the world. So then his world become bigger. So then what happens? In the before he goes in, get admitted to the kindergarten or the school, he himself knows that there's a living being inside me known as John, Peter. And he goes towards a mirror and see his own reflection. First he can't recognize who is there in that mirror. At first instance, he goes behind the mirror and try to find out some kind of a living being inside the mirror. Then he finds nothing. Then he try to raise his hand, right hand. The reflection also raises its hand, and he smiles. He try to touch. He only feels the surface of the mirror. Then he realizes this is the same thing that I am seeing thing in the mirror as well. The world that I am seeing is the same kind of a reflection that I see in the mirror. So then what will happen? The name John gets tied up with that the image that he sees through the mirror. Then as soon as somebody tell the name, he knows that the calls come, that he has been called upon, like that. He knows his name is John. As soon as he hears his name, that image comes automatically. So that is the way how this self gets created. As we discussed earlier, at the very beginning, he didn't know that he is born even. He does not recognize himself as a different self. But now as he grows up, he tends to realize he's the uniqueness of him or her. That understanding will contribute for him to or her to develop an identity for him or her. That's how this self-identity gets created. Think, how did it develop? Through the senses. Nothing than that. Through the senses, we all develop our I-ness or the self-identity only through the senses. From the ear, mouth, tongue, nose and the skin sensor. The inputs received from those sensors helped us to develop kind of a I-ness or kind of self-identity within ourselves. From that onwards, he knows I am John, I am Peter, I'm a medical student, so I'll be, some other day I'll be a doctor. Like those worldly things would create afterwards. So this is the way any kind of animal would grow. So even it is a bacteria, even it is a huge animal, maybe a dinosaur, they themselves have some kind of a self-identity. That self-identity doesn't wants to keep it going. That means it it has a internal kind of clinging to keep it as it is, or improve more further, improve more further. So that's why at the later stages we will be having kind of fear to death. Think at the very early stages of your life, I mean just after being born or within 1 or 2 years of childhood, do these children know that they are dying? No, they don't be afraid at all. They jump even into the river without knowing that they are going to die, because they don't have such kind of idea, because they don't feel like they are living. They don't have an intention to keep it going or keep it moving, or they don't have any idea of a birth or a death. That's why we call it is the radiant mind. That radiant mind doesn't have any kind of condition. They are not conditioned. They have not kind of a conditioned mind. They are so pure. But after as we grow up, the self identity become more powerful, and it wants to keep that kind of this that kind of the identity as long as much as it can. But think, life starts with the non-self thing, non-self angle. But as it grows up, it starts to develop a self-identity within that life. Then that self-identity try to refrain from the danger to keep it alive, keep it going. That so he doesn't want to lose his self-identity. So this kind of feeling is there with every animal in this world. This is not confined to the humankind, mankind. This is the thing that is very relevant for the other animals as well. The feeling of the existence, they tend to feel the existence. The I-ness represents, in other way, the feeling of the existence. At the absence of the I-ness or the self-identity, there won't be a feeling of existence. That's why the small child even not afraid of jumping into the river, because he doesn't know the danger. Because why he doesn't know the danger? Because he has not kind of a self-identity to preserve. It has not yet developed. As he engaged with the worldly perceptions, these worldly perceptions collectively creates a world self-identity for him or her. Now this self-identity is very reluctant to get away from that. It gives you some kind of what do you call that, a feeling that should never put him or her in danger. So everybody who lives, everyone who lives in this world is scared of the death. That is the reason. It comes automatically. That is the nature. That is the nature. So nature wants to keep this thing going. Nature wants to reproduce the living being. Otherwise, that is the way of the nature rolls out. But the message of Buddha is different. Even though we think that there is a person or self inside every living being, it is a misconception, because we have been cheated, we have been tricked by our senses from the initial stages of starting from the initial stages of our lives. So it is very hard to believe. Have you been tricked from the day we are born? Who tricked us? The senses. Our own senses have tricked us. They cheated us. So that's why we feel that I kind of a person who is living at this moment even. So don't you feel, isn't it worth to see through these senses, sensory faculties, how they tricked us? The mechanism of cheating us, we have to learn. So how we should explore it? So you need some kind of a baseline understanding, baseline method, or some kind of a directive. This guidance is well given through the cause and effect Dhamma, or the dependent origination law of dependent origination, how your senses are formed. So then if you are able to understand how your senses are formed, then you will start to understand this formation is not real. So if this formation is not real, so the illusion that is made with the help of these senses should not be real as well. So what is the illusion that collectively made through these senses? The world. So where is this world? It is in your mind, because the mind gets created with the inputs of these senses. You get a color from the eye sensor, then it combines with some kind of a voice or sound, and also it may be having some kind of a taste that receives from the tongue, and it may be having some kind of a consistency for that. We'll say the mango. In an instance that you are eating a mango, so you see the mango, whether it's ripe or not. According to the color, you recognize it as a good one or bad one. So then you peel it off. So consistency will be felt with the skin sensor of your hand. And also you take a piece out of it and you put it into the mouth. Then you feel the taste. All the senses collectively makes you to feel that you have eaten a mango. But you only felt the taste. You only felt the consistency. You only got a color shade of the colors to your in your eyes. You only felt the fruity smell from your nose. So all these are electrical impulses. But ultimately what has happened here? A kind of an image, 3D image has been created, and it has a unique taste for that, and it has a kind of color. So where does this the mango got created? People might say it is in the brain, but we can't assign a place for that. It got created all of a sudden with the help of sensory inputs. For that particular thing, we call the mind. Mind creates you and a mango. Mind creates a mango for you. So only the perceptions got received from the different senses. They are electrical impulses. So with that electrical impulses, somehow a mango got created. It is proved that it is a hard object. The skin proved you that it is a hard 3D kind of object. The skin sensor gives another kind of electrical impulse that makes you to convince that this is a kind of a solid object. So, and also it has a unique kind of a taste for that. Then the tongue proved you it is so tasty. Again, an electrical impulse. So see, now the worldly object has been created with these sensory inputs, electrical impulses. How does this happen? Is it a real thing? No. Why is that? Because it is a collection of certain perceptions only. Light, taste, smell, audible sound, all these things. We say mango. So as soon as you say mango, a kind of a image comes. So where was it? It happens in this very moment, because you have been told that this kind of a thing is called mango. So as mango comes, as this voice comes, you get the same kind of a perception in your mind. So this is your mind. So is this because that you remember the consistency of mango? It is not. It is the nature. It is the nature. No one did it, either not by you. So you think it is because you are having memory, that's why it comes into my mind. So that is wrong. So we'll say, just take an instance where you uh, you have gone to certain market or something, or supermarket or something. So you might remember the moment that you selected some kind of a fruit from the fruit stall, right? But at the same time, you will remember the rest of the surroundings as well. There was a person, but I didn't recognize him. There was another kind of a person who was wearing blue color thing, but you didn't notice it. But at the same time, all the things come to that certain picture when you try to remember the moment that you uh, buy that particular food from the stall. So how does it come? Did you pay attention on that time? No. So you can say, I could remember all these things, but did you pay attention to the surrounding at that very moment? No. But it tends to remind you everything. Maybe the color of the shirt of the certain seller, maybe a kind of pet there by the side of that particular seller. You didn't pay any attention. You didn't know that if someone comes and asks, did you see that pet beside him? You said, no, I didn't see. But if you start to remind that particular instance, there will be certain kind of a figure beside that that certain seller. How does this come? So did you memorize it? No. Did you try to memorize, keep it in as a, so for people say it is the picture memory. There's another kind of a memory in medicine and in the philosophy. You say it as a picture memory. It is not the picture memory. We can't say like that. So that particular instant gets telepathized in this very instance as soon as you hear a sound. So we'll say, if you take oranges, you will see the orange color of this particular orange. So as soon as you take it into your hand, most of the time you will remind other things which tallies with that color, which matches this color. Maybe a dress that you see, that you used to wear. Maybe a clergy or monk who is wearing that color robe. Maybe a king coconut. So king coconuts are orange in color. So all these things come into your mind all of a sudden. Did you think all these things? No, it came into your mind. So from those things you can realize, you will be able to understand this process of telepathization, the resonance in the sense, once you see these oranges, the vibration of your eye get telepathized with the similar frequency. So that frequency get visualized. So it will trigger a chain of reactions, chain of another similar kind of frequencies to come up. The similar kind of frequency is the color of the robe of that particular monk. So you tend to remind that as well. And also at the same time, the king coconut. It is yellow in color, orange in color. So it also comes. It has the same kind of resonance. But you didn't even think at that particular moment. But it came into mind. How does this happen? That's why Lord Buddha said, the samanantare, I don't know, there is no gap in between. There is no time difference in between. Telepathization happens in this very moment. That's why you tend to see all these things. That's why it keeps on coming into your memory as soon as someone calls a name of that in a particular object. When you start reading a book, we'll say a Kamal or Nimal or John or Anton or Peter. Then you tend to remind everything related to Mr. Peter. So how does this happen? This one vibration carries all the related vibrations as well. All the perceptions, actually perceptions, every perception comes in along with that one single vibration. So this entire scenario can be taken as a one snapshot. This entire scenario can be considered as a one snapshot. So what will happen next? It triggers to that vibration will trigger up another vibration to happen, because you take it as real. You tend to feel that it is as real. So it will trigger another vibration to occur. That the subsequent vibration also has the same kind of worldly perceptions within it. Then you tend to feel it is also as real. That is the second one. Third one, fourth one, likewise, one after another, these snapshots will come into you within a fraction of a second. So you won't be able to understand these are separate instances because of the speed of its occurrence. The speed of this vibration will lead you to feel like that you are a living and ongoing kind of a soul within you. There is an ongoing kind of soul within you, exists within you. You tend to feel like that. So then you say, am I the one who were there in that particular wedding? So I was wearing this kind of a suit on that day. So likewise, I have attended this call and I met you yesterday. So many things we do, we say like that, thinking that there is a person that comes from the childhood up to now. But it is not like that. This can be clearly understood using some kind of a, we'll say, if you pay attention how these cartoon figures are created. So cartoons means they are earlier it was hand drawn by the hand. So they draw very similar kind of figures with a subtle change. So if we say first figure has raised arm into a certain extent, the second figure has the same figure with a little bit more with a hand which is raised little bit more than the first one. Third one has another figure with the raised hand. So if you move these three figures at a very speed, at a rapidly, at a greater speed, you don't feel that there are three different pictures are moving. So you just feel that cartoon figure is raising his hand. Same thing happens to ourselves also. There are only snapshots in our life, certain experiences in our life. Due to the speed of this experience that we receive or we perceive, we don't feel like they are separate instances. That's why we think we are living beings. That's why we think we have a soul, ongoing soul within us. But Lord Buddha said, there is no such a living being within you. So the perceptions make you different perceptions, slightly different perceptions coming at a rapid speed will make collectively make you to feel that you are a living one. You are a living one. Within that each and every frame, you have that so-called self-identity entangled with each and every frame. That is the problem. So that makes you to feel that you are the one who lived yesterday. You are the one who is living at the right moment, right just now even, and you will live, you will remain alive for the future as well, in the future as well. So just because we don't know the truth, just because we don't know this reality, we think that we are existing. It is another thought. It is also creation of the same mind. First, we got to know that we felt like we were living because of the worldly perceptions. We took them as real. So if this mango becomes real for you involuntarily, there should be a person who should feel the existence of the mango. So it automatically happened. So what happened to us is that the worldly objects or worldly entities became real for us at the initial stages. Same thing happened to the radiant mind. They started with the radiant mind. We tend to perceive certain worldly perceptions. Then without our knowledge, we tend to feel that those perceptions were real. Then at the same time, what has happened, if it is felt as real, there should be someone to feel it as real. That is the way how the self got created. So all these things are naturally happened. No one did it, either not by you. So this is the way how this illusionary I-ness or illusionary self got created. So once you start understanding these things, you will be able to comprehend everything. So that's why Lord Buddha said, understanding your mind is very sufficient to get liberated, get the true liberation. So that means you know the entire world, entire universe. Understanding your mind is enough for this thing. This is the truth. So can anyone argue on that? No. Even the modern day scientists are facing so much of difficulties to figure it out this fact. Scientists tend to seek certain things, thinking that there's a person within us and we are trying to explore the universe. So that's why they are sending so much of space shuttles and all these things, thinking that we are living beings and we have to find out whether there are certain kind of living beings are there in the universe as well, in other planets as well. So they don't know that they have been already tricked by their own senses, because they don't know this truth. They are very innocent, because doesn't know means that they haven't had an opportunity to listen these kinds of sermons. If they happen to listen to these kind of sermons, they will definitely grab it. Until that time, other than keep on seeking those things, what they should do. So in that aspect, all of the human beings, living beings, are innocent. They are helpless because they don't hear this truth. So once you happen to listen to this truth, please start your investigation right now. At least this will help you to realize who you are, what is the purpose of being here, and that will help you to get the full liberation, and this will end your all suffering. Don't focus on these things. Don't focus on these endpoints. Let them come to you at the appropriate time. Let them come to you at the appropriate time. So don't try to focus on the end results. So that will hinder your experiment. That will obstruct your experiment. Just do the experiment with the open mind, and definitely we can guarantee you the results will be amazing. You will be able to, I'm sure that you will be able to see your own results. So on that day you will be amazed. Wow, I found the truth. I found the ground reality. So there's no person here. What Lord Buddha said is absolutely correct. It is a Dhamma, that this is the one and only Dhamma that makes you to feel there is no self within you. So I think that is enough for today. So we can talk more on this tomorrow as well. So until then, Teruvan Saranai, all of you. Thank you for listening. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, may the Noble Triple Gem bless you all, dear Dhamma friends. First of all, I pay my homage at Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's feet for his selfless service towards the mankind, to uh, his massive contribution to end the sufferings of the mankind despite their nationality, language, geographical background, socio-economic status, or any so-called difference. So it's what's important is humanity. In his very words, this true Buddhist philosophy is for the mankind. Whoever is born with the actually as a human with the potential to realize this message, this beautiful message of Lord Buddha. Here's your opportunity. That's what he repeatedly says. So it is such a privilege to share the beautiful truth discovered to the world by Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse in some small way at least. So let's work together. So all these Buddothpado sermons are presented to deliver to you but under the guidance and constant monitoring of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, and we as a team try our best to pass this message to the entire world. So today, let's again try to understand how this notion of self or the self view is created, because it is the biggest barrier for someone to end the sufferings. We go on this deadly cycle of life and death because of this self perception, or in other words, the subtle feeling of existence, or in other words, in more scientific terms, due to the power that generates when two vibrations interact, and that power mistakenly being taken as the self vibration, or in other words, this inner burning, or the feelings like defilements. Defilements are the manifest forms of this self perception. So if you listen to Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse very beautifully explains the difference between the self view and the self perception. So someone who is in the path, as he becomes a stream enterer, or gets rid of substantial amount of defilements with with the understanding that there is no self, the self view gets eradicated, because it's just a view. But self perception, that subtle feeling of existence will continue to be there until someone enters the arahanthood. So today, let's once again, because we have been discussing how this self view gets created due to ignorance, due to the by mistakenly getting the ownership of the function of sensory faculties, as if things happening to a person, that we are unable to fully clear this misconception that whether the fact that there was never a self. So let's again try to explore it further. Actually, this is the basis of entire Buddhist philosophy. To repeat Lord Buddha's very words, Nissato Nistivo Shunyo Ten Chittena Niyati Loko and Salayatana Loko Salayatana Nirodho Nibbano. So these words, all these sermons are revolving around these principles disclosed to the world by Lord Buddha. All 84,000 Dhamma discourses, actually when we listen to the beautiful analysis of sutras, Buddha's discourses, it is obvious that all these sermons focus on the eradication of the self-will, or how the stimulus became real, resulting in an absent self-view to be accepted as there. So it's important to go back to the birth, or actually in conventional world or in mundane world, we talk about the birth, the delivering of a human, baby to the world. In mundane world, that is the birth. But what Buddha says is, monk's birth is the birth of the I. So let's try to understand what this real birth is and why they are so important to us in terms of understanding the self-view. So what happens in the basically, as if law of nature, after the combination of this sperm and ovum in the uterus, in the womb, the this combined cell called zygote occurs, and there are a certain vibration telepathizing to this zygote. After that, biologically, the detection of some life is found. That biologically, that is what we call as conception, or when this happens, we believe that the mother is conceived. But this vibration is actually very passive, latent, or dormant. All the prior, can't say prior, but we talk about this samsara, or the long cycle of unending cycle of life and death. So the vibration of that, or in other words, the power of the power generated in someone's last breath, or last thought rather, telepathized into such a zygote, and it doesn't have any impact other than an indication of life. That's the only effect of it. So gradually, this zygote becomes an embryo, and after 8 weeks, it is identified as the fetus. So the human shape is formed inside the womb, but at this level, this growth happens totally depending on the nutrition and the oxygen provided by the mother. In other words, through the placenta with the umbilical cord, that is the connection between the mother and the baby or the fetus. So this nourishment and the oxygen supply happens through the umbilical cord. So gradually, after 9 months or so, completion of the 9 months, the as a natural phenomenon, it's again law of nature. The birth of the mundane world happens. So actually, there is no difference between a seed grows into a small plant, sapling, and grows into a big tree and bearing fruit, and then bearing flowers. Then, due to the system of pollination, the flowers mature. I mean, fruit fruits come from the flowers, and then again fruits gets ripened, and then the seeds do the job of spreading the that particular species, plant species. So it is the existence, the law of nature, or the law of germination. So this existence of humans or other any sentient being happens due to the law of nature. So if someone gets the ownership of giving birth to a child, that happens due to pure ignorance. So this ignorance basically is the inability to differentiate between the natural phenomena. Actually, we can't say, and one's own actions, because when we go deeper in Dhamma, we can't say there is anything performed by a self or a sentient being there. All so-called even decision making, let's say getting education, doing jobs, all happen as a mechanism, as a process. It is due to ignorance that we get the ownership of all of those actions too. So that we can understand later as we mature in the path, when we listen to more and more sermons about this actually action mind or the functional mind, how everything becomes a process or a natural system when someone is fully convinced that there is nothing other than a system, automated system. Even actually the self view gets eradicated completely. It would happen actually. Don't need to say would, it will happen. It is that guarantee is there. Lord Buddha himself has mentioned it. If someone, with commitment, with effort, steps into this path of Dhamma, that such a person would become a right viewer and will end the sufferings of this samsara uh, in this life itself. So now, as a natural phenomenon, so-called birth happened. So at birth, and then the clamping of the umbilical cord is done because the placenta is separated from the newborn, and it is left all by itself, in the sense no connection whatsoever between the mother and the newborn is no longer there. So now at birth we know the lungs are filled with certain fluid. So for the existence, because law of nature, it is actually, it supports existence. That is obvious. So these fluids actually dries up or is get absorbed, and so with that the certain sound when these lungs of the newborn are like two balloons. So due to there, what happens is it's the same mechanism of a vacuum pump. So to match the difference of the pressure difference between the inner cavity and the outside, the airflow uh, begins. The airflow naturally happens to fill that gap. So we call that, actually this happens when you press a balloon filled with air, uh, certain sound is automatically generated from that balloon. Similarly, when the airflow comes out, certain sound is automatically produced, and that we call as child is crying. This crying is the indication of the uh, proper process being started, like the breathing, the air movement of the airflow is happening in and out. So if this cry is not there, actually we who label it as a cry. That is a natural sound that comes with the airflow coming out, and then but the doctor, the mothers might know. Uh, those who are in the medical field might know, the doctor takes the newborn with the legs and just tap the back so that the lungs, there is some kind of vibration, because with the tap, and that uh, activates the lungs. Actually the airflow happens, and then the cry comes. Cry, in the sense, it's a label given by us, that mechanism starts. So we call, be looking at that, the mundane people, we call conventional terms, child is healthy, child is crying, because child's first cry is so vital. It is the indication that the child is healthy. So because it is true in a way, because that is how the breathing begins. So the oxygen supply needed for the system to exist happens with that, because now oxygen supply doesn't come from the mother. There is no connection after the clamping of the umbilical cord. So not only that, then nourishment now through the placenta, the nutrients are also transmitted to the fetus, but that flow is also cut now. And what happens is inner veins and actually veins and arteries, all the systems, the inner some dryness arises, and then the body reaction uh, actually is there when the mother uh, gives the nipple to the mouth. The sucking or suckling automatically happens. It's again the same mechanism of that vacuum pump. So when this mothers actually the breastfeed, we call it breastfeeding, breeding is done, the milk flows through the digestive system and reaches actually through the esophagus, reaches the stomach, and that dryness goes away. So that inner burning, burning in the sense that dryness uh, settles, it goes away, and then the sucking comes to an end. So after a while, that dryness arises again, and the body reaction is automated. Body reaction is the cry we call, "Oh, child, it is the newborn is hungry. Oh, must feed." But that is again the natural system. So this goes on and goes on. This newborn also has the sensory organs, because the senses, whoever, any creature that is born to the who, who roams in this samsaric journey, there is one thing that everyone has, one common thing, some form of uh, sensation. Now if we take a worm, only the skin is there, but with that its existence happens. The alive feeling, self perception is there, and another creature may have more than 5 senses. We even don't know how many senses, the capacity to capture the certain sensations that a human uh, cannot. So that such a system is also in the pure ignorance, and that's because it doesn't know that I am there, or self-perception. These names and labels won't be there, but the feeling that need to survive, that is what we are talking about. We can get rid of these names and forms and all labels, especially as humans, we making use of the same mind. But animals do not have that. They have a strong self-perception or existent feel. So in the so this level we call the radiant mind. So especially when we understand to untangle the knot or this web that we are in, or that we are entangled in, we always have to go back to the radiant mind, because Prabhaswara Chitta or radiant mind is an integral part of all these discourses, because then only presumably we can understand what has happened, how things have gone wrong, because no one can recall what the sensory experiences of a radiant mind would be. But it is through wisdom that we can go back to that, understand that. And it is all possible because of the revelations of Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse. So the mind level experiences, if we try to analyze them, the the differences between colors cannot be, no identification happens at that level, because only uh, certain seeing happens. Maybe if the eye functions, the seeing happen, and smelling, maybe certain, if the nose functions, smelling happens, but there are no demarcations as nice smelling, bad smelling. Now we know these newborns, even 4 5 months, but they just even put the poo into their mouth. Don't they smell? They smell, but still it's not a problem for the child. No identification happens. But then the child cries when he or she pees, because the body reacts like that. It is, but the child is unaware that it is because of this wetness, I feel uncomfortable, nothing like that. It's just a body reaction. So when the nappies are changed, the child is again, that system just responds differently. So the smiling, producing certain sounds. Now we believe that, oh, child identified the mother, child identified the father, smiling with the brother, smiling with the sister, clapping hands to show happiness. No, at radiant mind level, they are just bodily reactions to certain vibrations, vibratory reactions. So if somebody goes and produce sounds in the child's kind of close to child's ear, if the ear functions properly, those vibrations, sound vibrations will have an effect, but still they are mere sounds. For the radiant mind, they are not mother's voice, they are not loving words, or they are not nothing like that, mere sounds. So touch also, the feeling, the child may feel the coldness, hardness, softness, but without knowing any label, only the feelings only. So at that level, that's why in Dhamma it is said there aren't defilements whatsoever. But as I mentioned at the beginning, that vibration telepathized into the zygote continues, in the sense every moment it vibrates and it's present. So its impact is there. That's why this child even has the subtle kind of inner power to grab things. Now, a child of let's say 4 5 months, if somebody gives the hand or the finger, child grabs it. So always, and when the mother goes closer, child turns to that side, gets closer to that. It doesn't know whether this is the mother or something, but some tendency to get attached to or cling to is there. Get attached to, that comes from. Now that's why in one of the sermons, Haran Mahasi himself explains very nicely. The child doesn't know whether it's the phone, whether it's a expensive, but a child uses in the sense keeps it, looks at it, but if somebody tries to take it away, child would react crying, but that is just a bodily reaction. It is not that we can't say, we can't assign defilements at that level, radiant mind level. All are bodily natural reactions, responses. So then when is this self view gets generated, or when is this these defilements come into play, kind of become manifest? It is at a point which this name and form combinations happen. Now, at the radiant mind level, all are pure sensory experiences, individual sensory experiences. So, if we try to understand Lord Buddha's explanation regarding thought formation, it happens in 2 rounds, as actually, although through wisdom of Lord Buddha, he analyzed it that way. No other person can do that. Only fully awakened ones see that this vatang vatati, how a thought formed, first forms. Now I explained that all sensory experiences are mere sensory experiences for the radiant mind or a newborn. But gradually, what happens is when a certain figure arises, when a certain bunch of colors occurs in the eye, the sound is introduced to that particular uh, bunch of colors or the shape by someone, maybe mother, mother, mother. So when this system is fed with that, not just first time, several times, this visual form is gets connected with that sound or that name assigned to it. So when a certain form arises, visual form arises, somebody says mother. So some identification happens. Next day also, when that formation, that bunch of colors or that shape arises or occurs in the eye, this sound is made. Sound is produced as mother. Actually, this happens when these sensitivities or prasada, chakku prasada, sota prasada, then jivha prasada, gana prasada, kaya prasada, when they arise. Actually, this prasada level is that is the pure sensitivity. Eye sensitivity, in other words, ear sensitivity, nose sensitivity, tongue sensitivity, and body sensitivity. This prasada has the ability to capture certain for certain inputs, sensory inputs. This sensitivity of prasada level is like now a mirror. Once mercury is applied, there is some gleaming, some shine, and with that, that kind of thing happens in relations to arises in relation to all sensory faculties. That is also not an existing thing. We can't say this sensitivity exists or prasada is. It also arises when those vibrations interact, or the vibrations of the ear sensitivity matches with certain vibrations, sound vibrations, the hearing happens. When the vibration frequencies of the eye faculty, this prasada, matches with certain vibrations out there, this interaction happens, some identification happens, identification seeing happens. Then in relation to the nose, smelling happens. In relation to the body, feeling happens. In relation to the tongue, tasting happens. But once that identification is done, the label is introduced, then the magic begins. Then the illusion begins to work. Now, so far, no identification whatsoever happened, only the sensory experiences. They did not have any connection. So when the feeding was done, the smelling of milk happened. When the mother came closer and touched and embraced, some body sensations happened. But when mother was talking, some sound sound sensations occurred. Then maybe child was licking or suckling, so the taste sensations occurred. But there was no connection, no combination of these sensory inputs. They were just arising and ceasing, just at taste level it went. So now ignorantly, what actually if it is an adult, now just see, now we are talking about the radiant mind. Now an ignorant person, an adult, observes what's going on. So the story that gets created in the adult's mind is due to the ignorance, due to the illusory nature of the mind consciousness is, okay, mother is going to the child, newborn, feeding the child, hugging the child, kissing the child, embracing the child, feeding the child, giving warmth to the child, talking to the child, putting him to sleep, and going out. Then the child must be feeling cold because mother goes away, or child must be feeling lonely maybe. So those are mundane comments that are done due to pure ignorance. Now child is crying again because child is hungry, mother is going. So this adult has a story about the child and the mother, the relationship between the child and the mother. The mundane person has a beautiful story, but from the child's perspective, they are just sensory experiences that they are just incident, not interconnected. But these connections, tying up of different experiences, sensory experiences, to create a beautiful story, uh, implying that somebody is experiencing these, is the wrong view. The experience, how the mundane person out of ignorance analyze these natural happenings. So that ignorance, in a way, is imparted to the radiant mind, the child with the radiant mind too, because that is the effort made by all adults to introduce. Oh, they can't wait until the child identifies stuff. They play a immense role in introducing things. Oh, the ball, the doll, the whatever the colors, colorful stuff are brought, the teddy, soft toys, and then mother, mother, say baba, repeat, mother, mother. The certain sound is repeatedly given. So the vocal cords react to that telling mama, mother. But even though sometimes the child says ma or mama, the connection is not there. Child may produce the sound, newborn mama or something, but mom, that that is not the adult's perception of the mother that the child also has when the child says mama. It's just a body reaction, the sound produced as in response to the sound vibrations that occurs in child's ear. But as child matures, this introduction happens continuously. When this label is introduced to this form, shape, mother, child's actually this sound and color, actually it is the now this is where the cause and effect dhamma comes into play here, because the cause now is the sound and the color. Sound and the color in the sense the name attributed to that particular shape. But the danger is, now I previously mentioned this thought formations happen in 2 rounds. Now, after the introduction of this label, what happens is some existence feel arises. Now the child feels, okay, this it's a feeling, initial level, or some it is also a work, also the interplay of the sensory faculties that I mentioned before. When this shape arises, the label given to it, mother, comes, but not only that name, with that all other sensory inputs that happen in relation to this shape, maybe the smell of the milk, the taste of the milk, or taste of the, I mean, if child definitely sucks no, so that taste, and then the warmth in its mother, of course, the warmth, all come at once. When the shape arises, all other sensory inputs come in no time, and that name, mother, also arises. That is the occurrence of the thought. The danger is now the cause, of course, is this sound, the name, and the shape, and other sensory experience. But the effect is the sense of a soul. When the mother arises, the self, so far it was the radiant mind, no connection, no one to get the ownership. Now, if the mother exists out there, the child exists, the self exists. And gradually, when this thought or stimulus, so we use stimulus and thought interchangeably in these Dhamma discourses. Stimulus, aramuna and sitivilla, we use it interchangeably. This happens as a result of an individual sensory faculty, and next round the collective functioning of the sensory faculties. Now, for example, if the predominant sensory faculty is eye, now let's again go into details to understand the thought of the mother or the stimulus of the mother. Now, the child's eye functions properly. So, eye captures, we can't say captures actually, there is some vibratory nature in all these four great elements. Now, actually, in another perspective, everything is made up of these four great elements. They are nothing but vibrations again. Although we have assigned certain labels, they are also vibrations. So these vibrations have different frequencies. So that is how they differ from each other. So this eye sensitivity, eye faculty has certain vibrations of certain frequencies. Now just imagine the figure of the mother arises. This is mundane perspective, right? We call mother. That particular figure is also a bundle of vibrations, in other words, lot of vibrations. So the frequencies of when these vibrations match or tally, they interact. It's nature. The vibrations of opposing charges, positive, negative, come together and it creates some visual form in the eye sensitivity, prasad. The moment it occurs, all other sensory faculties, ear, then nose, tongue, body, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind. Actually, mind consciousness is the one who merge all these sensory inputs related to this particular visual form or the shape and end up assigning the label mother. It is just a label, it's just a mental construct. But due to ignorance, due to this magic is performed so cleverly because all sensory inputs arise at once, ending up creating a very thick perception or thick uh, real like perception. So that ignorantly we feel it as someone is existing out there, and on this side self view is generated. I am seeing the mother. Now external internal duality arises. It didn't happen when they were just mere sensory experiences. Mere sensory experiences, no collective interplay of sensory inputs or no name part, this name and form combination. So this is the biggest trick ever performed by someone. Someone here in the sense it's also nature. It is the automated function of the mind consciousness. It is not mind consciousness is not again not something prevalent or persisting. It also arises at that very moment and it fully ceases, giving rise to this thought power. When this thought arises, duality comes. It is clear now. So far, actually, they were mere original sensory experiences. Now there is a mother. So this is the effect. Actually, the effect does not contain or become the cause. That is there. Once, that is another trick actually. That is why we get entangled in this. Now, when the mother stimulus or the thought called mother arises, whenever that visual form or the shape occurs, this thought mother is inevitable. It is the mother. Now, no separation can be done. Once this thought or the stimulus gets established with the name, it is the same. It doesn't become visual form, label, sense, no, smell of milk, smell, the taste of milk, the warmth. No separation happens. It's a law of nature. It comes together. If the once this thought or the stimulus gets established in the system, there is no turning back. That's why Buddha said, actually Buddharajanan Wahanse said, the effect does not contain nor become the cause again. Now the effect is the thought mother. It doesn't become the cause. Cause means the sound. Actually, mother is just a sound, no label. Nothing. It's just a concept. But we don't see it as a concept now. To explain this, Lord Buddha gave a metaphor. He said, monks, although ghee is made from the milk, you can never convert ghee back into milk. In the same way, just like we cannot convert ghee into milk, although the sense of a soul arises dependent on sound and color and other sensory vibrations, it cannot be reversed back into those elements. Now we know it once the external internal duality, that sense of duality arises, when the like self, once the self view arises, self perception that oh, someone is out there, mother is there. Then on this side, we don't say that I am seeing the mother. Nothing but that we feel it, subtle level. So self-perception is a feeling actually. They are not just words. So it cannot be reversed back into those elements. Elements in the sense sound, color, smell. We cannot just the mother, very thick perception, very thick stimulus is found. Actually, it is through wisdom. What happens is when we listen to discourses, when we realize this philosophy gradually, we understand that what arises is just conditioned. It was instantaneous or impermanent, and it doesn't have a self. So the effect does not belong to the causes. Now, but once this magic arises, it is very difficult to get rid of that. Only way to get rid of that is to gain this wisdom of truth. The self actually is not an entity, but it is also an illusion. That's why we say there was never a self. It's also a thought, just an just a stimulus. So Lord Buddha explains this with the beautiful saying, Dhamma statement, Chittena Niyati Loko. The world is led by the mind. The danger is once these thoughts get established, now starting from mother, child, dog, cat, cot, house, red, blue, white, orange, warmth, anything, happiness, sadness, town, all these stimuli, they become so real. We don't feel them as mental constructs. One should have the Yathabhuta Jnana and Yoniso Manasikara, the wise attention and the ability to see the real reality. That is how we can drive away the ignorance. Actually, the world is not something solid or external. It is nothing but mental formations or sankhara thoughts. A world born of conditions. So Lord Buddha actually, when he said Salayatana Loko, Salayatana Samudayo Loko, Samudayo. Salayatana Loko Loko, Salayatana Samudayo Loko, Samudayo. Salayatana Nirodho Loko Nirodho. It means, monks, the world is just the six sense spaces. With their arising, the world arises. With their cessation, the world ceases. So the so-called world is merely the eye and forms, ear and sounds, mind and thoughts. So actually, some excitement arises when the world becomes real. That excitation is the power. In other words, that is again the self-perception. Now if you look around, let's just look around. You might come across 101 entities. Now here, a cupboard, clock, window, flower pot, bed, a mirror, chair, table, beetle tray, lamp, so newspaper, book, key, pen. So don't we find them as existing entities? But the truth is they are just mental constructs. So let's be wise enough to see the truth of these stimuli and to untangle this knot and to find a way out this web, so-called web of self-view and self-perception. World is me. World is myself. If you find an existing world out there, or worldly perceptions rather, self-perception is inevitable. The rising of self-perception is inevitable. So now we have come across this beautiful message of Gautama Buddha Sasana. There are more than 10,000 sermons done by Buddothpado Aryan Wansi. They are freely available on digital platforms. So please listen to them, discuss Dhamma, and clarify your doubts. And please be determined, because this determination, yesterday the sermon covered the 10 perfections. So the determination and effort to see the truth of this thought formation, see the truth of actually the self-perception, nature of self-perception, how this self-perception has arisen is very important. That is the research that we have to do. The self-research. It should be self-evident. A spiritual friend can share the message, push you to explore it, but rest is up to you, because it is so subjective. One should, that's why Lord Buddha himself said, one should design one's own raft to cross the river. Getting on to someone else's raft, even R.N. Halsey reminds that. That's why he encourages people to come to the Zoom platform and ask questions. The first step is to identify the self-perception, the nature of the self-perception that one has energized. That identification is essential. So for that, you have to make effort, be honest. It is not just accumulation of knowledge. We are good at accumulating things because that is the nature of the mind. So let's challenge this mind consciousness, and let's try to fully awaken to the truth. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and see you tomorrow. I finally pay my homage at Buddothpado Aryan Hanse's feet. Theruvan Saranai.
Yeah, so I knew that it starts from ignorance and ends up with bhava. And also, if you do good merits, you go to heaven. Likewise, if you do bad merits, you will go to hell. So, in our childhood, we thought that hell is down somewhere and the heaven is up somewhere in the sky. At that time, we only knew that because when we go to temple, it was highlighted. Don't do bad merits. Don't do bad deeds. So you will end up in hell. So we try to do only good deeds. So especially we tried not to break any of the 5 precepts. Refraining from killing any living being, refrain from stealing, refrain from bad behaviors, refrain from talking lies, refrain from taking liquor. So in a way, actually it was good. So we observed it every day. But while doing that, I felt that there's something missing. So I thought there's something in Abhidhamma. So I went in search of Abhidhamma classes. Wanted to know more about what Lord Buddha has preached. So I learned that Lord Buddha has preached Abhidhamma to gods. So I thought it could be something very special. So I started reading Abhidhamma books. So actually I didn't know that I was gaining more knowledge. Likewise, it was going on and on for some time. And with that, gaining more and more knowledge only. With that, also, without even knowing, Nibbana was going further and further away. Now I know that Nibbana one cannot get from knowledge. It is not in books. It is practical Dhamma. If I didn't listen to Buddothpado sermons, what would have happened? I would be still going after knowledge. So what I wanted to tell was that, as always, we invite you all to come and listen and contemplate. Listen to Buddothpado sermons. You will, if you are searching for Nibbana and you are searching for a practical way to get rid of suffering, your path is here. You will actually feel the change within. You will definitely feel it. So I'll just say something about my life. So if I say about my life story, actually My childhood, I was raised in the village in 70s, and I had a very happy childhood. I had a lot of cousins. I used to play with them, jumped in rivers, bathed in rivers, run about in paddy fields, climb up trees, and I happily used to help my grandparents. My grandfather was a farmer, so I used to help them. So my grandfather especially, he used to read us books when the night time comes. During that time, he read the Jataka stories. So we as children like to listen to him. It was like real. And also he told us to do good deeds, not to do bad deeds, respect elders. Otherwise, you may end up in hell, and so on. So we didn't have any current those days. So we used to tell stories to each other. Actually, we had a simple and happy lifestyle. So my life changed once we came to the town. First, it was very difficult to adjust. It is a new situation, new school, new friends. I missed my village. Actually, it was a difficult type of a lifestyle. My parents, they were also suffering at that time. We had a lot of difficult times. Anyway, it also helped me to search Dhamma, I think, those days even. So likewise, every one of us have their own stories, isn't it? How they were searching for Dhamma, searching for true Dhamma, mean to get rid of suffering. So in Buddothpado sermons, you will absolutely find the path to freedom from suffering. Buddothpado Aran Mahansa, with his own experiences, reveals the truth which was hidden 2,600 years ago. So actually this is a very rare occurrence to find someone who reveals the pure truth by his own experiences. So first you have to listen. And the true Dhamma, the Satya Jnana part is very, very important in Dhamma. One has to listen with an open mind, because it's not like normal the day-to-day Dhamma we hear. So you have to study the material that is expressed. Then only slowly but steadily you will be able to recognize the truth by yourself. So this is not a belief. This Dhamma you will experience within yourself. This spiritual transformation within will take you to Nibbana by itself. Actually, it happens automatically. You just have to go on listening to Dhamma. So you don't have to go anywhere. You just have to stay where you are and look into yourself, because Dhamma is there, not outside. You can't find Nibbana from outside. Lord Buddha has said, Salayatana loko loko, Salayatana nirodho, Nibbano. Which means the senses creates the world. It's a sensor created world. So when we realize this phrase Salayatana means the 6 senses we have. So we create our own world. We create our own world from these 6 senses, isn't it? Imagine you are blind from birth. The world created by eye will never be created. Imagine you are deaf. The world created by the ear will not be created. So imagine your nose is blocked with a cold. So you won't feel the smell, whether it is a good smell or a bad smell, isn't it? And likewise, if your tongue got burned due to, say, drinking hot tea, you obviously won't taste anything. Imagine, say, you have gone to the dentist to extract a tooth. They inject a local anesthetic. After that, you don't feel anything. You don't even feel the tooth is extracted, isn't it? Likewise, imagine you were given general anesthesia for a surgery. You won't feel anything during the surgery. So it is now possible to anesthetize a part of the body and do the surgery as well under local anesthesia. So what I wanted to emphasize is, now you understand that if that part of the body is numb, you won't feel anything. We have those experiences, isn't it? Even when doing an eye surgery, they do it under local anesthesia. So only the eye will be anesthetized. So now, likewise, you understand that our world created by our senses. So we'll see how the animal world is created. They have their own world, which means their own senses. For example, if we take a worm, it has only one sensor. The worm does not have eyes, ears, or nose, isn't it? But he has body sensor. So with that, it can perceive the environment. So also they can sense sound waves and vibrations, cold and hot, through their skins. So that's why they go under the mud when they are hot outside. They squeeze under the mud. They also respond to pain. So it is the world of a worm. If we take a bat, their sensors are different. So their sensory system feels the air. So they navigate through environment. So they also have sensors which helps them to find the prey. So they also have a radar system, so they can navigate and hunt. So that is the world of a bat. So if we talk about a snake, they possess highly specialized sensors. So it allows him to detect the environment through infrared. It's heat. It's like radiation. It's actually very interesting that they can see a thermal body image of the prey even in the complete darkness. So that's the world of the snake. If we take a bee has highly specialized biological sensors. They have antennas. The sensors are in the antennas, legs and body hair. So they can detect smell and taste. They also can detect magnetic fields and UV light. So these sensory hairs can smell 100 times better than humans. So that's the bee's life, bee's world. So if we take a dog sensors are well developed. As we know that their smell is much more than humans. They also have a very sharp hearing and detect far away sounds. If we take a mosquito, it can sense infrared radiation, also help locate and bite people. And they have this specific type of protein found in the tip of the mosquito's antenna. So it also helps it. They also use vision, taste, heat and smell. So why I wanted to highlight this is because then we can understand and we can see the worlds are different. So even when there are 5 people in the same room, they are different, isn't it? Different means their thoughts are different. So if one asks why different people have different thoughts, then the story goes back to the time where the zygote happened. Now, as Aryan Mahansa has said, we know it is a story of one vibration. That one vibration is unique. So it's like a combination of genetic, environmental, and also past factors, which is individual to oneself. So even the science has proven no two human beings are same. Even they have the same parents, go through the same situations, grow up in the same place, they could be different. We have experiences in our own families, isn't it? So, say even if everyone on earth had the exact same education and knowledge, but their opinions would be different based on their personal perceptions, based on their personal perceptives and perception of the world. Basically, they create the world of their own by their own senses. So for example, say 2 people are reading the same book on a topic neither of them familiar with, and they will process the information in different ways and might come to different conclusions. So what I wanted to emphasize is every single one has their own sensor created world. All are thoughts. So also Aryan Mahansa explains that there are billions of vibrations which we cannot see because we don't have those sensors to catch them. Vibrations like 10D, 11D and so on. So likewise, we can't catch the radar system. But there are animals like bats who can catch radar systems. Even a plane flies accordingly to the radar system, though the human eye can't catch it. So Aryan Mahansa says that there are birds who can detect the human aura. So all these sensors are actually vibrations. So when we talk about light, if the eye sensor vibrates only, we can detect the light. So imagine somebody's eye does not vibrate to the light, so he cannot detect the light. So the creation of light won't happen. So as we said, all are creations due to vibrations. So all are creations of the vibrations, and you can't say it is there and you can't say it is here either. It is created at the moment. So Aryan Maharaj explains how from that one vibration, how the light, the smell, the sound, the feel and the mind is created. So there are more than 10,000 sermons in the Buddothpado YouTube channel, and you can listen to these sermons, and also you can understand how the illusionary world is created. So if we talk about color blindness, so say a child does not vibrate to red color, so he is colorblind, which means there should be the same vibration to telepathize. The example Aryan Maharaj gives is the tuning fork. Imagine one tuning fork in one room, other tuning fork in other room. So once you vibrate one tuning fork, the other tuning fork will vibrate accordingly. The same thing happens when there is thunder in the sky. The window pane vibrates. So if we go back to the radiant mind, so when does the mind creates? Here, as the vibrations happens in the sensor level, the baby feels something. He sees something, hears something, tastes something, but he cannot identify what is it. So that's why Aryan Maharaj says, if somebody takes the baby to another country, baby will adjust to that situation and will call those people my mother, my father, my sister, and so on. But say a child about 5 years was taken by somebody, obviously the child will know his own parents. He might cry asking for his parents because his mind is already created. So I have my own experience. When I kept my daughter in the nursery, she was crying throughout, because at that time she already recognizes familiar things and people. So as we know, this mind creation is a beautiful story. At Montessori level, the child is introduced mainly to colors and shapes and letters. But we have to tell it repeatedly, isn't it? Otherwise, they can't identify from the first glance. It's like learning a new language. Even for an adult, it's difficult to learn a new language because we rarely use it in day-to-day life, because we use our own native language. Though people communicate through words, languages, animals usually communicate with sounds. They understand their own sounds. Animals communicate through various methods with sounds and signals. They signal when they are in danger. They signal to attract mates, to establish territory, or to find food. You must have noticed a crow. He does not eat alone, isn't it? He always signals to other crows by sound. Their sound is different actually, the way they talk. So likewise, bees, if you take a bee, bees dance. Insects, they release some chemical. Monkeys use various gestures. Some aquatic animals use electric vibrations. Example, the eel. So these signals allows animals to influence the behavior of others, aid in survival and reproduction. What I wanted to highlight here is that not only humans, but all the animals have a communication system, a vibration system. They understand each other. So it does not have to be in words. All are actually different types of vibrations, which as humans we can't identify them because we don't have the sensors to identify their vibration. So as Aryan Mahansa says, there are billions of vibrations. So we know that we see only 3 dimensions, but there are more. There are more as well. So who has developed abhijna or super wisdom can only feel those. So as we have only 5 senses plus the mind, the story goes around it. But what we should know is that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. All are creations at the moment. So this is wisdom. With this wisdom you can't get through knowledge. So the Satya Jnana is very important to know how the thoughts are created. With colors and sounds at the Montessori level mainly. So this keeps going on repeatedly. So it enhances when the child starts to write and read. So more and more knowledge is gained. So if you go back to the radiant mind, it's not yet tainted with defilements, but the glue is already there. So Aryan Maharsa takes the example of the phone. When you give a phone to the baby in the cot, he grabs it. He grabs the phone with both hands. He puts it in his mouth. You must have actually noticed that babies, whatever they take to the hand, they put it in the mouth. So if we put a music in the phone, he listens to it, he smiles to it, he listens to it attentively. Sometimes he sleeps also. So he takes the phone to his hand, he puts it upside down, looks at it, and he enjoys it, enjoys the music playing in it. But what happens when the mother or the father tries to take the phone back? He starts to cry, isn't it? And he grabs it and he holds it. He holds it tightly. So later in life, he does that for the toys as well. So he prefers the brighter colors. And for loud noises, he responds by crying. He is uncomfortable for it. Also, if he is warm or too cold, he starts crying. He can't express it with language because he still mind is not created. So you must have noticed in these small children. So even when they start going to Montessori, some children, they hold tightly to the parents. That means they are already attached to the parents. So they don't like new surroundings because already they have built up their comfort zone. So likewise, the life story of the baby is slowly building up in his thoughts. Now he identifies the mother, father, even the school teacher, a friend or two, colors, sometimes red, blue, black, all the colors, sometimes the letters, shapes, shape of a cat, dog and all. So likewise, slowly his world is building up, and we say the child is gaining knowledge but actually the thoughts are building up. It's like little by little data is adding. Also with that, the defilements, which was not there earlier, the desires, the hatred, jealousy, so it starts to appear. Actually, if we see, this all happens automatically, isn't it? All these are like datas, new datas. All are creations, thoughts. So imagine a small child is taken to another country. So he will learn a different language. He will live in a different culture, different lifestyle. So, but we know when the child is small, we can feed him with good data. So we think that he might become a well-behaved, well-mannered person later in life. So it could be the other way as well. But what we have to know is that all this happens in one vibration. It's the story of one vibration. Just like in Angulimala's story, the vibration changes. So just like Angulimala became, Ahinsaka became Angulimala, and Angulimala became Arahattero. So as a child grows up, the me, my, mine concept also creates. Anything which comes to one of the senses, eye sensor, ear sensor, nose sensor, tongue sensor, or skin, and mind, it comes as I see, I hear, I smell, I talk, or I feel, I think. So as long as one feels the chair is out there, or the mother is there, you get the existing feeling. Then the duality is created, which means I am here and that is my mother, that is my chair, that is my house, that is my car, my parents, my sister, and so on. They are there and this is me. And with that, the power to the thought gets enhanced. So thoughts are more powerful mean that the value given to the thought is also more powerful. So it goes on and on. So he will take it as real, and actually he will do anything to keep the thing alive, which means the alive feeling. So when we talk about this value, So some value money, some value knowledge, some value parents, some value friendship. So the value also differs. So Lord Buddha has preached Chittena niyati loko, Chittena parikassati. So likewise, we create our own world. Even though we live in the same house, same place, the worlds are different, isn't it? It's a thoughtful world. Aryan Mahansa asked a question. Are you the mind? Are you the body? Who are you? So if we take it as the body, does the eye see? No. It just works like a camera. It only takes a picture, a photo. That's all. Is there a me there? No. If we take the ear, does the ear hears? No. It's a sensor. Likewise, tongue, nose, and mind are also sensors. So where am I? Am I in the senses? Am I anywhere in the body? So can I stop hunger? Can I stop the pain if I prick it with a needle? No. So obviously I am not there. Imagine we are walking. We walk. When we walk, we feel the hardness of the ground. Is it me? So likewise, thoughts come to the mind. The thoughts comes automatically. So is it me? But automatically you think it's me who thinking, isn't it? Me who has the pain. Me who is in the tree. It automatically comes. Even though you think or not, the me always comes. So if you are not the body or not the mind, then who are you? We have to find out. So me is the aramuna or the stimulus which comes at this moment. It might come through eyes, ears, nose, tongue, skin, or it comes as a thought. That's why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. The stimulus is you. You are the world and the world is you. At this moment, I see a cup. So the cup is me at this moment. So if I have any sort of value or attachment or a disattachment towards that cup, you feel it within. It's like you feel the fire within. It's a feel. So that's where me is. So when you don't give a value to that particular stimuli, then me is not born there. The thought of the cup has no value and the thought has no power. So for that, you have to know how the cup was created. If the outside world is real to you, then I is also created then and there. So this Dhamma is not in a book. Dhamma is everywhere. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you smell, whatever you feel, whatever you taste or think, it is me. If you see the cup now, the cup is me. Whatever the stimulus comes to your five senses, it will be me. Me is created. So if you have no fire or no value to that stimuli, then the power is diminished. So it diminishes little by little. So likewise, you are in the path to end the suffering. So as usual, we invite you all to join and in this Zoom discussions, listen to the sermons. There are more than 10,000 sermons in the YouTube, Buddothpado.lk. Also, you can join the English discussions from 3 o'clock to 5 p.m. And you will feel the difference. So we are so grateful to you, Aryan Mahansa, for giving this beautiful Dhamma to all of us. Teruan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom sermon today. We worship our answer. So much gratitude. Thank you, Aaron answer. We'll continue to talk about the truth, and mainly I was talking about how the mind is formed, how the stimuli or the thought is formed, because the more you know about it, more you understand how the life field is coming. If you know the magic, it doesn't become a magic anymore, isn't it? Yeah. So the self-view, self-perception, self-vibration is all there because we don't know the truth. We have to know the truth as well as you have to feel the truth as well. We are actually not trying to say that because there's a lot of misunderstandings that can happen. We are not trying to say that things are not there. Actually, what we are trying to say is how it is made. So if you take an example of pineapple,